Good afternoon, Brave Nation, and welcome inside the English E. Jones Center. We're on Lumbee Guarantee Bank Court for today's Peach Belt Conference women's basketball game between the UNC Pembroke Braves and the number 17 North Georgia Nighthawks. With Scott Benke, I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks for joining us today as we bring you the starting lineup, starting with the Nighthawks, 13-2 on the season, 5-1 in the Peach Belt Conference. Their head coach, Buffy Burson, in her 23rd season, and with a 66 winning percentage. Wins about 2/3 of her games, and this year, no exception. The Nighthawks will be a difficult task for the Braves. The starting lineup for North Georgia goes like this. At the forward spots, a junior from Canton, Georgia, number 12, Dina Blankenship. Number 14, a senior from Lawrenceville, Georgia. Leading scorer for the Nighthawks is Kelsey Hutchins. She's actually third in the Peach Belt Conference in scoring. Guard trio looks like this. A sophomore from Bethlehem, Georgia, number 20, Amber Skidgel. A senior from Woodstock, Georgia, number 21, Jordan Livesay, and a senior from Smyrna, Georgia, number 23, Julie McKee. Scott, this is a North Georgia team with a very good record, a very good winning percentage, with the Braves playing with home court advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely got an exciting matchup here today. North Georgia coming in 13-2, Pembroke coming in at 10-4. Both teams are doing an excellent job behind the three-point line. The Braves shooting 32.6, second in the conference, followed by North Georgia at 32.4. We could definitely see a three-point show here early.
Starting lineups for UNCP coming in at 10-4, 5-2 in the Peach Belt Conference. Head coach John Haskins is in his 13th season as the head coach of the Braves women's basketball program and 28th year overall with UNCP. So a lot of experience between the coaching staffs of these two teams and a lot of experience on the floor for both teams as well. Starting lineup for the Braves, a junior guard from Wilmington, number 4, Brianna Bayham, a senior guard from Indian Trail, North Carolina, number 13, Jasmine Huntley, and a sophomore guard from Landis, North Carolina, number 15, Avery Locklear. The forwards for UNCP, the junior from East Orange, New Jersey, number 10, Nyla Allen, and the senior from Laurinburg, leading scorer for UNCP, number 24, Janisa Monley. Scott, to me, the story in this game is going to be, can the Braves continue their offensive success against a very good defensive team in North Georgia?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. The Braves have done an excellent job shooting behind the three-point line. However, how are they going to compare up against North Georgia defense that's been playing really well in the PBC?
North Georgia's defense is holding opponents to the lowest three-point percentage in the conference. North Georgia has won 7 of their last 8. Their lone PBC loss to USC Aiken. This will be the last crossover game for both teams between the East and West divisions. So UNCP, after this, can really lock in on playing the other 6 teams in the PBC's East Division, knowing that they've got the West Division games out of the way. Braves in their home whites, Monley jumping center for the Braves, Skidgel jumping center for North Georgia, as the Nighthawks will be going from right to left across the hardwood. Braves win the opening tip. We're underway. Braves a little short-handed today, just 10 available players. We'll get to that over the course of the broadcast. Monley down low gets the first shot for UNCP. It's tied up. Good defense down low by Hutchins. Possession arrow goes the other way after the Braves won the tip. Expect to see a lot of Janisa Monley down low for UNCP, one of the focal points of their offense. Traveling called. Was McKee. Didn't get the ball down before she slid the pivot foot. Monley again with it, and she scores this time. Janisa Monley on the second try has the first 2 points of the game. Expect to see her and Hutchins go at it. Here's a three-point attempt off the mark. Skidgel couldn't get it to go. Bayham with it for the Braves. Allen finds some space. No good on the jump shot. Quick shots, though, for UNCP, Scott. They're really not working into the offense very much.
Yeah, I mean, Pembroke is just very known for that. They don't like to, typically run a motion offense where they, wind down the clock to about 8 or 7 seconds.
Rebound controlled by North Georgia after the miss. The second chance, and Bayham pokes it out of bounds. Hutchins, third leading scorer in the conference, takes her first shot and missed it. Cold start from the floor for North Georgia. They start 0 of 3. Huntley the other way. Threw a little contact, no good. Monley fighting for the rebound, can't come away with it. Bad pass by the Nighthawks. That's already 2 turnovers in just a few minutes of play. That'll be one of the keys for the Braves. This North Georgia team so good at shooting a good percentage that if the Braves can keep the Nighthawks from shooting a lot of shots, probably not going to score a lot of points.
Yeah, it's something very interesting as well. You know, Francis Marion actually stole the ball 13 times against North Georgia, so that's something, you know, to kind of take into consideration with the ball handling ability.
Bayham just inside the arc, can't drop the shot in. This North Georgia team been on the road for a little while. There's another turnover. Again, coming from Julie McKee. We'll see a quick hook for her.
Yeah, North Georgia just seems, you know, they're just kind of not being able to set into the motion offense, just kind of just taking the ball up and just kind of not really communicating efficiently.
North Georgia playing just down the road on Saturday against Francis Marion and presumably stayed up here in the region during the off day. 3-point attempt, Locklear, no good. Offensive rebound, Monley. Second chance, puts it back up and in.
One excellent play by her, just able to create herself some space off that offensive rebound to put up the basket.
Janisa Monley has all 4 points in the game. We played about 2.5 minutes. Off the switch, baseline drive. Stepped out of bounds, another turnover by the Nighthawks. That time Amber Skidgel tried to get the step on Janisa Monley. So 6 possessions for North Georgia, 4 turnovers, 0 of 3 from the field in the game's first 3 minutes. Locklear calling for it. She wants the 3-pointer, can't get it to go. And the rebound controlled by Maddie Hetzel, coming in replacement of Julie McKee. Nice backdoor cut and the layup good for Hutchins, and North Georgia finally on to the scoreboard.
Hutchins did an excellent job of just finding the opening. The Braves player were just a little bit, you know, miscommunicated with the defensive matchup and able to take the opportunity.
Locklear over to Allen. Here's Locklear still trying to get on track. No good this time, and another rebound for North Georgia. Out the other way, Huntley breaking that pass up, playing a little defensive back. Call that pass incomplete. North Georgia baseline out of bounds. 6:30 to go in the first quarter. Braves 4, Nighthawks 2. Long pass. A whistle away from the ball. This is a foul against UNC Pembroke. Nyla Allen gets whistled for it, her first. First foul of the game for either team. See the Braves extending the pressure defensively. Oh, it's Livesay with it. Three-point attempt. Off the mark. Monley can't hang on to the rebound. And they'll call a jump ball. A good job by Huntley to sneak in and not allow an easy shot for Kelsey Hutchins.
Huntley did an excellent job, just able to actually just, you know, try not to get a foul, because in those plays, those are a little bit shaking, going up for a shooting foul, but she did an excellent job of playing defensively on that play.
Subs for both teams. Phoenicia Lawson for UNCP. Gives Janisa Monley a quick breather. She's been spending a lot of energy early, and on for North Georgia, Mackenzie Dara. Nyla Allen setting that screen, gets run through, and they'll call the foul on North Georgia. Amber Skidgel just trying to blast her way through the screen. North Georgia showing the 1-3-1 zone, and it looks like they match up out of that. Double team on Lawson, out to Locklear. Allen takes the 3-pointer and hits. Nyla Allen from downtown, 7-2 Braves. Top Dara. Braves giving her some room to shoot. Here's a three-point attempt around the rim and out. No good by Skidgel. Braves rebound. Out the other way. Huntley to the basket. Puts it up. Can't get it to go. Offensive rebound, Allen. She can't finish it. And Hetzel with it for the Nighthawks. Dara. Now Skidgel. Pick and roll. A lot of contact down low. And we'll get another jump ball. This time it stays on this end.
The Braves did an excellent job defensively denying that like pick and roll action there. Really, really good play by North Georgia, just unable to, get the ball in the right hands.
Timeout on the floor with 4:45 remaining in the first quarter. 7-2, the Braves lead. Braves fans, Adidas is the official apparel sponsor for all 17 of UNC Pembroke's varsity athletic teams. Adidas provides some of the most innovative products in the shoe and apparel industry as one of the most recognizable brands worldwide. UNCP thanks Adidas for all their support in offering the best for Braves athletes. Off the miss, Braves coming the other way. Bayham draws a foul. Missed the shot, she'll shoot two. Slow start offensively for North Georgia. Hutchins, the third leading scorer in the conference, is just 1 of 3 from the floor. Nighthawks is a team 1 of 7. Braves not much better. They're 3 of 11, but North Georgia coming in. Expected them to score a lot more points. Bayham has the first free throw up and good.
Georgia has been unable to put the ball in the basket. However, they've had a lot of miscommunication plays, just misplay on the pass and just turn the ball over.
Scoring drought for the Nighthawks about 2.5 minutes. Bayham can't drop the second free throw in. So it's a 6-point UNC Pembroke lead. Substitutions for both teams. North Georgia out there with Smith, Dara, Hutchins, Livesey, and McKee. For the Braves, Bayham and Locklear out there with Huntley as the guards. Lawson and Allen, the forward pair. Traveling called. Smith just a little over eager there. For the Nighthawks, that's turnover number 6 already. You mentioned against Francis Marion, they were bit by the turnover bug a little bit. They were able to hang on and win that game, preventing a losing streak. And this is the number 17 team in the country coming into today's game. Lawson good on the low block.
Lawson did an excellent job of just powering through and able to get the easy basket.
Lawson not a big-time scorer for the Braves. Under 2 points per game offensively. Provides those important minutes off the bench at the forward spot. Let's see her get to work down low. A good spin move and the foul called. Lawson bid on it just a little too hard. Mackenzie Dara will shoot 2 free throws. Lawson giving up a lot of size in that mismatch. Well, that'll be the case for most opponents for Mackenzie Dara. She's 6'4". Tallest player on the floor in the game for either team. Amber Skidgel back in for the Nighthawks. Jasmine Smith had that 1 turnover. She'll go right back to the bench for Buffy Burson's club. Second free throw, also no good. And the shooting and scoring woes continue for North Georgia. As a team, they're the best free throw shooting team in the Peach Belt Conference, 71% as a team, and Dara 62%. So to see her go 0 for 2 is a surprise, and the Nighthawks could really use some points right now.
Yeah, just something to get going. They're in a 3-minute and 18 scoring drought. Just have been unable to, get something going.
Looking for Lawson down low. The Braves find Locklear in the corner. Bayham's open, pulls the trigger. Too strong. Rebound for North Georgia. Schedule up the floor with it. Dara trying to go one-on-one. Easy jump shot there for Kelsey Hutchins. And Hutchins has all 4 points for the Nighthawks, but they've scored just 4 points in 7 minutes. Allen trying to find Lawson down low, can't get it to her. It's Huntley in the corner along the baseline. Reverse layup, too strong. Lawson pulls down the rebound in traffic, and she's fouled. 3 black jerseys there, and somehow that ball stuck to the fingers of Phoenicia Lawson. Tell you what, though, Avery Locklear was wide open in the right corner on that play.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been an amazing opportunity. No one over there, and just could have been a little bit higher chance shot.
Emily Stevens, Brandy Robinson check in for the Braves. Foul on the inbounds. No, Bayham. No, Lawson set a moving screen. Was thinking it was possibly Bayham just stepping over the line.
Or possibly a travel call on the baseline for moving a little bit on the baseline.
That's the worst news for the Braves. The second personal on Phoenicia Lawson. She stays out there and needs to be very careful. Sasia Love will head to the scorer's table, check in for Lawson on the next dead ball. Back cut, layup, good. Dina Blankenship for 2.
Blankenship saw the opportunity and was able to, just to see a small opening, and great pass by North Georgia to get the basket.
Robinson, her pass tipped out of bounds. Braves catch a break there. Oh, it looked like that pass was tipped. I thought McKee got a finger on it. They'll say it's Nighthawk ball. And Stasia Love will come on for the Braves. So Dina Blankenship in the game. She has a twin sister on the team, Danielle Blankenship. Although Danielle, not in the starting line, she's only appeared in 6 games. 3-point attempt now, McKee, no good. UNCP has the rebound. A little 4-0 spurt for North Georgia in a low-scoring first quarter. Huntley, mano a mano, long pass. Bayham driving to the basket, puts up a tough shot. It's good. Brianna Bayham for 2, coming off a tie in her career high, 13 points against Young Harris on Saturday to equal that UNCP career high mark for her. She's in her first season playing for the Braves out of Brunswick Community College. Working under the basket. Layup good. There's Blankenship again. So Blankenship with 4, Hutchins with 4. That's all the Nighthawks scoring thus far. North Georgia staying in that 1-3-1 zone. Robinson over to Stevens, but she traveled first.
North Georgia has done an excellent job stepping up here late in the first quarter. They did do a 1-3-1 matchup, and then now they're just sticking up to the 1-3-1 and have caused a lot of turnovers for the Braves.
4 turnovers by UNC Pembroke, 6 by North Georgia. A lot of them have been on travels. And Monley back in for Robinson for UNC Pembroke. 3-point attempt around the rim and good. Jordan Livesay for 3. And that's a 1-point game again. Bayham to Stevens, one of the best 3-point shooters in the conference. Doesn't take it this time. They're trying to feed the low block. Love with the right hook, no. And North Georgia can take the lead on this trip down the floor. Six-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock as we wind down to the end of the first quarter. Still 14 to shoot for North Georgia. Double team, pass gets tipped out. Stays on that end with just 2 on the shot clock for the Nighthawks. Long inbounds. They'll have to fire. The shot, no good. And it's a shot clock violation. Not a lot Schedule could have done with that. Frankly, lucky for North Georgia, that wasn't a long rebound. Huntley with 3 seconds left for the end of the quarter. Calls for it. Let's see if she gets the shot. Off the mark. And after a good start to the quarter, North Georgia responds. They trail by just 1 after 10 minutes of play. Braves fans, ever wondered why our sponsor, Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, has such a long name? One reason is the tremendous variety of cars and trucks they offer to meet every need. Great-looking Chevrolets, Buicks, Cadillacs, and even GMC SUVs and trucks. They have everything from budget vehicles to top-of-the-line Cadillacs, so why would you shop anywhere else? Try their quick lube, and while your vehicle is being serviced, you can see for yourself. That's Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, located next to Lumberton High School. Start of the second quarter on the Braves Broadcast Network. With Scott Benke, I'm Cameron Songer. Braves leading the number 17 North Georgia Nighthawks by a single point as we begin the second quarter of play. Bayham to Stevens, Monley with it now. There with Huntley and Love, the 5 for UNC Pembroke. Tough drive, Huntley with a finger roll. Jasmine Huntley has her first 2 points of the game on her 4th field goal attempt. It's 14-11 UNCP. For the Nighthawks out there with Jones, Blankenship, Hutchins, Schedule, and Livesey. Foul down low called on Sadeja Love of UNCP. Schedule has a big size advantage on Huntley. See if the Nighthawks exploit that matchup. Another foul down low. If it's on Love, it's her second personal very quickly, and it is. The UNCP is going to be at a disadvantage down low. Just a lot of size for this North Georgia team. Mentioned already the 6'4" Mackenzie Dara, but Amber Schedule is at 6 foot. Lawrence, off the bench we haven't seen yet, is also a 6-footer. And there's a deep 3 by Schedule. Transfer from the University of Georgia. Showing she can play inside and outside. Monley missed the first shot, gets her own rebound, and lays it back in. Janisa Monley does that so well, gives the Braves a 2-point lead again. Quick 3 back the other way, splashed home. Jordan Livesey for 3.
Definitely seen some three-point action coming out of North Georgia. Like we mentioned, they have really good shooting. Let's see if it continues.
Say 35% shooter from deep. Bayham just inside the arc finds Allen. One dribble pull-up jump shot off the mark and no good. North Georgia with the 1-point lead. They've been playing from behind most of the way so far, looking down low with the pass. Too tall. Monley along the baseline, spins, took too many steps. Like the idea from UNCP of trying to let Monley go to work on the low block, but I think that 1-3-1 zone of North Georgia's almost designed to come trap her down low.
Yes, North Georgia's doing an excellent job just kind of rotating, knowing where everyone's on the floor at all times and where the ball is at certain times. Just being able to collapse on the offensive player.
Blankenship for 2. Allen was straight up on defense trying to avoid picking up a second foul. Dina Blankenship to the rim. She's got 6. Stevens, a long-range triple attempt. Good. Ebony Stevens from the next county.
Ebony Stevens, that I would, see the pull up and them just no one defending, just wide open 3.
NBA three-point range from Ebony Stevens on that one. Don't see that from a lot of players at this level. 3-point attempt, too strong. Hutchins was thinking about doing the same thing. The problem was for her, she was a little too close. The Braves can take the lead back. Bayham tries a 3. It's good. Back-to-back threes for UNCP. It's 22-19. North Georgia trying to get it back. A good long pass and a 3-point attempt drained by Jordan Livesay. So this was largely absent in that first quarter. A very low-scoring quarter. That was 12-11 UNCP after 10 minutes. We've seen just about that many points here in the second quarter, and not even played 4 minutes yet. Monley, up and under move. He's a Monley. Dangerous post scorer. Braves leading scorer at over 10.5 points a game. UNCP, not a team that tries to win games by scoring 80 or 90 points. They try to win games by keeping opponents from scoring a lot. But when Amber Skidgel can hit from that kind of range, it really changes a lot of what you try to do on defense. Suddenly, you can't pack it in. You have to defend well beyond the arc. Here's an Allen 3-point attempt, and everything's going in.
Yeah, just like we said before the game, just a 3-point show that we could possibly see, and we're definitely seeing it right here, right now.
2 of the better 3-point shooting teams in the league. Numbers 2 and 3 in terms of percentage. Here's Huntley in transition. It's good. Jasmine Huntley going coast to coast. And the Braves lead is 4. We'll get a whistle. And
something at
the shot clock didn't start.
Probably going to reduce it down maybe possibly 25, 24 seconds.
It should be a pretty quick fix. They'll bring the subs on. But Scott, one of the things we sort of mentioned earlier is this zone from North Georgia and whether the Braves were really prepared for it. It was a quick turnaround for both teams, but with both teams playing on Saturday. And this is the only time these teams play each other. They only play once in the regular season every year. The question of preparation and who has the advantage in that sort of situation when you're more or less kind of rolling the ball out there and saying, let's go. The Braves wrapping up a game on Saturday afternoon at home, North Georgia playing at Francis Marion on Saturday. The teams with Sunday to really look at film, prepare, and a quick game plan. Not a lot of practice time to implement counter strategies for what the other team is trying to do.
Yeah, the 1-3-1 let alone is just really a defense that not a lot of teams do. It's something that it takes some unique players to do. A lot of speed for sure. But at the same time, usually you see 2-3 or a man. You might even see a 3-2 or some sort of press.
Well, one of the things that North Georgia has that not a lot of other teams have at this level in the PBC is a lot of length, a lot of tall players with long arms that can cover ground and move quickly. You saw it there on that drive. Dina Blankenship at 5'10", sort of coming in on the wing and making that shot difficult for Nyla Allen. 3-point attempt on the way for Hetzel. No good, and the rebound to Allen. Huntley kicks out Stevens. She's open. Can't drop it in. Offensive rebound for Love. Another chance for UNC Pembroke. Excuse me, that was Robinson. It's in trouble with the catch, but the Braves still have it. Shot clock at 20. Huntley's open. She fires a 3. It's good. Jasmine Huntley for 3, and the Braves lead is 32-25.
Brianna Bayham did an excellent job just being able to draw all the defenders of North Georgia, opening up that 3-point shot.
Foul down low. It will still be North Georgia ball, and that's the third team foul on UNCP this quarter. Let's see who they call it on. It's on Ebony Stevens, just her first. So the Braves starting to feel it from long range. Their lead is 7 midway through the second quarter. Back here in Pembroke, a good crowd on hand, and Braves fans, you can be rewarded for attending UNCP home athletic events during the 2016-17 season. Visit the App Store on your smartphone, download #BraveNation, UNCP's new fan engagement app. The app can be found on the Apple Store or on Google Play. Search using #BraveNation. So a good crowd here. Martin Luther King Day matinee edition of UNCP basketball. Braves back in action here on Lumbee Guarantee Bank Court on Wednesday when they take on Lander. 5:30 p.m. for the women's game, 7:30 for the men's game. Silliman into the game, gave up the step, layup was no good. Huntley gets pushed in transition. Foul called on Jasmine Smith.
Looked like Jasmine Smith, it wasn't really much of a big push. It was just, the Braves player was going so fast to where it just took her off of balance a little bit.
It was enough. So the Braves out there with Bayham, Huntley, Silliman, Allen, and Robinson, the 5 for UNCP. Silliman, open, right wing 3, good. That's what she can do off the bench, provides that instant offense, and the Braves up to a 10-point lead now. Nighthawks looking for an answer now after UNCP's gone on an 11-0 run. The Nighthawks had a 1-point lead not that long ago. Just over 2 minutes of game time. But the Braves making 7 of their last 9 field goals. That'll go a long way in cutting into a deficit of any size. North Georgia also hasn't scored in 2.5 minutes. Edsel pass goes to the left side for Dara. Down low with it. Shot clock down to 2. Dara a long 2. No good. Bayham has the rebound. She was fouled. And North Georgia stopping the fast break with that foul. But that's the 3rd team foul. Again, 1-3-1 defense from North Georgia. Silliman a tough catch back over to Huntley. It'll be about quick ball movement. That screen finds Silliman an open 3. No, Robinson trying to tip the rebound free. It goes out of bounds off UNC Pembroke. Screening the weak side there against a zone, and the Braves did it very nicely.
Yes, just being able to find opportunities to create some baskets for them has just really done an excellent job by the Braves offense.
Silliman had time to set her feet. Over 30% from beyond the arc. Trying to get around that screen, Bayham commits a foul. And the North Georgia player a little slow to get up. John Haskins not pleased with something over there on the Braves sideline. I think he thought that screen was moving. Avery Locklear in for the Braves. Replacing Bayham, so the Braves will go with that extra shooter on the floor. Huntley steals the inbounds pass. Numbers the other way for UNCP. Allen wants the ball. Huntley will take it herself and lays it in.
Huntley did an excellent job with the coast-to-coast action with the defensive steal. She's doing an excellent job in this quarter.
94 feet. Jasmine Huntley covers it in the blink of an eye. A timeout taken by North Georgia. Just a 30-second timeout, so we'll keep it here. As we remind you, Braves fans, that UNCP Athletics has partnered with Advanced Online to launch the official UNCP Braves Athletics online store at shopuncpbraves.com. The online store features more than 1,100 products. Braves fans, alumni, and parents will now be able to purchase everything from t-shirts to pet supplies and everything in between. The site also has jewelry, golf gear, drinkware, and apparel from different brands, including Adidas, the official apparel provider for UNCP Athletics. That's shopuncpbraves.com. Scott, the Braves on a big run right now, and it's starting on the defensive end.
Yes, I mean, they've been able to create some excellent opportunities off steals, just miscommunication passes by North Georgia. UNCP has also been 5 for 7 here in the second quarter in three-point shooting. I mean, that's just really what sparked them here in the second quarter.
13-0 run for the Braves as North Georgia hasn't scored in nearly 4 minutes. Looking down low, pass tipped out of bounds by the Braves. Still 14 to shoot. You see Kelsey Hutchins back in the game for North Georgia, and 14 in black. Third in the conference in scoring at over 18.5 points per game. Here's a three-point attempt around the rim and no good. Offensive rebound and a foul. Mackenzie Dara couldn't get that shot up. He's just so much taller than everybody else on the floor. Again, 4 inches over the tallest Braves player. And with the extra reach, just able to haul in rebounds no one else can get to. Good on the first free throw, Dara. And also good on the second. So Dara was 0 for 2 on her first trip to the line. Makes up for it by going 2 for 2 on the next 2. Locklear finds Robinson. Gets a step, layup a little too strong. Braves need to be careful, they don't have a foul to give. And that ball trickles out of bounds off Robinson apparently. Under 2 to go before halftime. On the right side with it. Up top to Dara. Three-point attempt. Dara good on the assist by Schedel. And a foul.
So it looks like the basket is counted by according to the referee's motion of pointing down to the floor. You know, Dara being 6'4" with the downtown range. That's a little, it's interesting to see someone from, that tall just, not afraid to throw it from downtown.
Well, Dara has only attempted 5 three-pointers before that one. Had made 1 of them. So certainly not her first or second option offensively, but one of the things she has in her bag of tricks, and she pulled it out that time. That foul was called on number 14, Kelsey Hutchins, her first. And it's the 4th team foul on North Georgia. Just a common foul on the floor. The Braves come back on offense. Allen, foot over the line, it looked like. No good. Offensive rebound, put back, no. Another chance for the Braves. That time it's Silliman, can't drop it in. Excuse me, that was Locklear out to Silliman, and her shot gets blocked. Still loose. Braves with another chance, and Robinson is fouled. North Georgia not letting the Braves score, but also not finishing the defensive possession with the rebound. And Hutchins just picked up her second. It's the 15th foul on the Nighthawks, and 2 shots coming up for UNCP.
Braves did an excellent job of just staying in the play. I mean, in a lot of those opportunities you see people just, go back on defense, but the Braves were just being able to be consistent and go after the ball. Robinson,
the freshman at the free throw line, no good on the first. So with those 2 fouls, Hutchins will go to the bench. Julie McKee comes back in for North Georgia for the final minute 16 of the first half. And Robinson rattles in the second free throw. 38-30 the UNCP lead as we wind down the end of the second quarter. Livesay to McKee. Back outside, 3-point attempt on the way, no good. Offensive rebound for Dara off the Schedel miss. Now a pass tipped away by Locklear. Officials letting some contact go down there in the paint. Braves with it the other way. Huntley, what a move. Missed the shot. That was an ankle-breaking crossover by Jasmine Huntley. Transition jump shot, Schedel, no. Locklear was out of bounds when she grabbed the rebound. did not reestablish herself back in bounds. So another chance for North Georgia.
Only did an excellent job with it. Just, that good left step and was able to create some space for herself, but just unable to finish. I mean, that was a really, really good crossover.
North Georgia, not a team that actually has a lot of block shots. We talked about their length and a lot of tall players on their team. Not a lot of players who gather a lot of block shots, but the size can be enough to change shots. And a good inbounds play results in an easy layup for Dara. Surprised Nighthawks don't run more plays for her. 6'4" forward, transfer from Elon, averaging just under 7 points a game. Not one of the featured players in the North Georgia offense. Allen from downtown, not this time. Robinson on the second effort, good. Braves 40, Nighthawks 32. 8 seconds left before halftime. McKee hands it off. Now McKee needs to fire. Contested three, no good. Huntley might have gotten away with a little contact there as the first half has come to a close. The Braves leading here at home with an 8-point lead over the number 17 North Georgia Nighthawks. You're watching UNC Pembroke women's basketball on the Braves Broadcast Network. Welcome back to Lumbee Guarantee Bank Court. Halftime of the UNC Pembroke women's basketball game as the Braves lead the number 17 North Georgia Nighthawks 40-32. On the Braves Broadcast Network, I'm Cameron Songer. This is the Braves halftime report. Take a quick look at the halftime stats and also give you a look around the conference right now. Braves shot the ball well in that second quarter in particular. 48% from the field in the second quarter, 56% from beyond the arc. And for the game, those numbers, 41% from the field, 46% from the three-point arc. For North Georgia, 43% as a team, so shooting a better percentage from the floor, but much lower from long range. They've also turned it over 11 times, while the Braves have coughed it up just 5 times. And UNCP with the edge on the glass, 21-19. Individually, the Braves very balanced scoring. Nobody in double figures yet. Huntley leads the Braves with 9. Jordan Livesay leading North Georgia with 9 as well. Also for the Braves, Monley has 8 to go with her 2 rebounds. Allen with 6, and then 3 each for Stevens, Robinson, and Silliman. 2 for Lawson, 6 for Bayham to round out the scoring for UNC Pembroke. Around the Peach Belt Conference now, halftime in Augusta with Augusta leading Young Harris 32-25. Just the beginning of the second quarter in Florence, and we have an upset brewing. Francis Marion leading Columbus State 20-14. That one still very early, though, and a tough road environment there at Francis Marion. Halftime at Clayton State with the Lakers leading Flagler 28-22. The Saints still looking for their first PBC win. And then the last game in progress right now, Armstrong State at home trailing Georgia Southwestern 41-35. The score here one more time, 40-32. UNCP trying to stun the 17th ranked Nighthawks. Second half coming up in just a few minutes. Welcome back inside the English E. Jones Center, Lumbee Guarantee Bank Court, the site of today's Peach Belt Conference doubleheader between UNC Pembroke and North Georgia. And it's the number 17 Nighthawks on the wrong end of the scoreboard after one half of play. With Scott Benke, I'm Cameron Songer. Scott, what are some of the things that jumped out to you from that first half?
I mean, we do have to start with the Braves' offensive rebounding. 10 offensive rebounds in the first half for UNCP. That's a lot of offensive rebounds that you usually see maybe a total after the game. Like at the end of the game, you usually see about 10 offensive rebounds, but that is a very big number. And it's just because of the 1-3-1. All their players are pushed up at the free throw line, and it makes it a little bit more difficult to get those rebounds and get in the right position.
Offense, not the problem for either team there in the first half. Nighthawks shot 43%, Braves shot 41% from the field in that first half. Those are pretty good numbers after both teams started out a little slow. Bayham missed the first shot of the second half for UNCP. 5 on the floor for the Braves: Bayham, Allen, Huntley, Locklear, and Monley, so the same starters for UNC Pembroke. And for the Nighthawks, it's also their starting 5: Blankenship, Hutchins, Skidgel, Livesey, and McKee. No good on the shot that time by Hutchins. Rebound UNC Pembroke. Bayham takes it to the wing. See if the Braves continue to let it fly from long range. This is an open look. Just a 2, though, for Brianna Bayham. Her foot was on the line.
North Georgia just really didn't know how to communicate that. A quick timeout, just no one really rotating or figuring out who to step up.
Timeout on the floor, just a minute into the third quarter as North Georgia head coach Buffy Burson not happy with what she's seen. We'll be back in just a minute. Braves fans, Adidas is the official apparel sponsor for all 17 of UNC Pembroke's varsity athletic teams. Adidas provides some of the most innovative products in the shoe and apparel industry and is one of the most recognizable brands worldwide. UNCP thanks Adidas for all their support and offering the best for Braves athletes. Locklear up in the air on the fake. North Georgia feeds the low post, now back outside. 3-point attempt on the way. Livesey, no good. North Georgia shots continue to say no for them. Bayham on the wing for the Braves, trying to add to the lead. Nighthawks switch it up. They'll go man-to-man on this possession after spending much of the game in a 1-3-1 zone. Here's a Locklear 3, no good. Rebound Nighthawks. McKee looking for the step, has it poked out. Who touched it last? Stays down there. Shot clock never started. Let's see if they fix that. They will. North Georgia already called a timeout this quarter, down to just 2 remaining for the game. In the post, lefty scoop shot, no. Unkind rim to the Nighthawks that trip. Bayham down the floor to the basket, too strong on the layup, but she was fouled. Skidgel just picked up her 3rd personal. Two free throws for Brianna Bayham of the Braves, a 73% free throw shooter. Cans the first. A shorthanded Braves team today. Erica Williams out, LaShonda Pritchard out, Stephanie Johnson out, Jillian Ebron out. Bayham makes just one of the 2. North Georgia getting to the rim, missed some layups. That time it was blocked. Dish goes back outside. Three-point attempt, Livesay, also no good. And it's really been a struggle for the Nighthawks to put the ball in the basket here since the start of the third quarter. Schedule fires and misses. Huntley to the basket, lost it, but she was fouled. North Georgia missing their first 6 field goals here. Well, they made their first and have missed 6 since then here in the third quarter. But a scoring drought of 2.5 minutes nonetheless. And the Braves lead back up to 10 after Huntley hits the first free throw. She's the first player in double figures for either team. Second attempt, drops in for Huntley. 75% free throw shooter this year. Free throws could be important for the Braves. You know this North Georgia team will have another run in them. Such a talented offense and defense to earn that number 17 national ranking. Locklear called for the reach in that time. First personal on Avery Locklear, just the first team foul on UNCP of the third quarter. The Braves have had success on Lumbee Guaranteed Bank Court against ranked teams so far this year. Clayton State came to town to open Peach Belt Conference play, and the Lake was ranked number 15 at the time. Braves took care of business and got the win.
Yeah, just this seems kind of one of those moments where, you sit in the locker room and figure out, all right, this is a really confident team. However, we're not going to look at that stat at all. We're just going to come out and play the way we play, and that's what they've done here in this game.
Can they hang on, continue doing what they've done well, continue to limit the Nighthawks? A long 2-point attempt off the mark. That was Dara with that shot attempt. Here's Huntley to Bayham. Wide open 3 is good. Dribble handoff, Huntley to Bayham. She makes it look easy.
Again, another miscommunication by North Georgia. Just no one rotating, just like a little bit miscommunication, just trying to figure out, even on the defensive matchup, that's something that you really have to, that's the first thing you do on defense, really.
Avery Locklear just picked up her second sub for the Braves. It'll be Ebony Stevens replacing Locklear. And Brianna Bayham has played some of her best basketball recently. Tied a career high on Saturday with 13 points. Her previous 13-point outing had come earlier this month, and she's already got 12 with still more than a quarter and a half to go. Impressive 3-point shooting ability for Bayham. Also can run the offense at times. Finds Monley, who misses the shot, gets her own rebound. Back with a second effort, no good. Wanted the foul, called, didn't get it. Nighthawks the other way, down by 10. Hetzel. Hetzel again with it, over to the left side, Livesay. Hutchins to Blankenship. Down low, tough, contested shot, no good. Offensive rebound and the putback there for Kelsey Hutchins. Boy, Livesay, not the player you'd expect to go to the post there with that initial shot. She's 5'8". Braves play inside out. Stevens, step back 3, no good. It's important here for the Braves as we approach the under 5 media timeout. Can't let North Georgia really cut into the lead too much and go into the next break with momentum. This has been a game of runs, and the Braves have had 1 or 2 more in them. Baseline drive, stepped out of bounds, turned over by Mackenzie Dara, and that will take us to that timeout. Braves trying to keep the good vibes going offensively. They have an 8-point lead midway through quarter number 3. Braves fans, ever wondered why our sponsor, Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, has such a long name? One reason is the tremendous variety of cars and trucks they offer to meet every need. Great-looking Chevrolets, Buicks, Cadillacs, and even GMC SUVs and trucks. They have everything from budget vehicles to top-of-the-line Cadillacs, so I would shop anywhere else. Try their quick lubing while your vehicle is being serviced. You can see for yourself. That's Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, located next to Lumberton High School. Man-to-man defense again for North Georgia. Now they've rotated back into a zone. Extra pass, Bayham, corner three is good. It's a new career high for Brianna Bayham. She's got 15.
Another Bayham three. I mean, really just Braves did an excellent job just swinging the ball and finding that good opportunity for Brianna to just hit that three.
3 of 4 from long range is Bayham today. Braves hold the double-digit lead again. Off the extra pass for North Georgia. They had the mismatch in the post. Blankenship posted up Stevens and cans the jumper. It's one thing we're trying to keep an eye on here is North Georgia. The Braves found weak spots in the 1-3-1 zone. And that's one of the things the Nighthawks have liked to do. Monley, offensive foul called.
Looks like North Georgia is kind of going to a 2-3 zone with the 2-3 matchup, like with a little bit of a man in there, just trying to figure out the right opportunities. And with that Bayham three that we just saw recently, it just they were in a 2-3 zone, and then all of a sudden they switched to the man when it was just a little bit too late.
They've seen enough corner threes, I think, from UNC Pembroke. Only called for that last foul. The Braves turned it over. Nifty spin move and the layup good by Blankenship. The number 17 team in Division II. Down on the road here. Trying to avoid a second loss in 3 games as Monley missed the layup. Rebound tipped out by Locklear. These are the kinds of games the Braves want to play, lower scoring games. John Haskins has said if the score gets up in the 70s and 80s, his team not as comfortable with that. As much as the players probably want to get up and down the floor. Doesn't favor his game plan and his lineup as well. And they're certainly players, no matter what. It's always fun to score the basketball.
Yeah, I mean, no matter if it's 2 points or 20 points you score in a game, it's just the feeling that, at this type of level is just, it's a confidence booster at the end of the day, and it's just really, it's honestly an experience just putting the ball in the basket.
Seen a little bit more high-scoring games in the non-conference portion of the schedule, but now as conference play heats up, it's all about defense. Huntley for 3. Not much defense can stop that, as the Braves have continued to shoot the lights out from long range. 9 of 19 from behind the arc, that's 47%. Braves have a steal, Huntley and Bayham out the other way. Bayham taking it to the basket, a lot of contact, the blocking foul called.
Just saw an opportunity there, was just able to, she saw that she really wasn't going to get the greatest shot selection there and just kind of just went in, charged in and just threw it up just to try to draw some sort of foul and saw the movement of the North Georgia defender's feet.
Hetzel called for that foul, her second. 4th team foul on the Nighthawks in the 3rd quarter, so they're out of fouls to give. Bayham good on the first free throw. Game high, career high, 16 points now for Brianna Bayham. Huntley's also got 14 for UNCP. That starting backcourt for the Braves has been terrific today. Second free throw, no good. There's a whistle first.
Looks
and
like
a late violation.
An interesting call, just in basketball in general. You really never see it, maybe in like the rec league level where, you have to wait for the ball to hit the rim. Usually that's very common. But as soon as the ball goes up, that's a very interesting call by the ref.
A lot of times you could call it, but you don't see it called. It's one of those things, especially at the very high levels of, thinking of the men's Division I game, the professional game. Certainly one you could call a lot, but one of those things you want to make sure the refs are keeping the game fundamentally sound. Shot and one, good. Jordan Livesay, that could be the boost the Nighthawks need. Been a little flat here in this third quarter. Nighthawks made their last 4 shots. Turnovers have continued to be a problem, though. 14 of them for North Georgia, just 6 by UNC Pembroke. Nighthawks go offense-defense with Schedule and Dara. Nine-point Braves lead, under 2 to go in the third quarter. Locklear steps into a 14-footer. No. Monley taps the rebound out. It goes the other way. On each of these last dead balls, Amber Schedules either come in or out of the game. Really something to see, the way North Georgia coach Buffy Burson has used her bench in this one. A couple players who've just been constantly rotating in and out of the game. Step back, 3-point attempt, not enough on it. Rebound tipped, Braves have it. Bayham with numbers out the other way, 4-on-3 for the Braves. Locklear finds some space, 3-point attempt, no. Rebound to the Nighthawks. Bayham gets called for the off-ball foul there. That's her second. And the 5th team foul on UNCP means 2 free throws for Jordan Livesay. Saw what Livesay was trying to do there, just a little off-ball cut. Bayham held her up, sort of pushed her into Janisa Monley. That's going to be a foul.
Yeah, she's definitely got to be careful. Bayham's just really had an excellent game. Even though she still has 2 personal fouls, it's just something that you don't want to. You got 3 more to give. You just got to be choosing a little bit more wisely at this point.
2 is at this point a fine number to be at, but once you get at 3 in the second half, the thought of always being 1 away from 4 is always in the back of your mind, because then at 4 you really change the way you play.
Yeah, I mean, you play more defensively. Sometimes don't even uncontested on certain shots, like 3-pointers, maybe shot in the paint. Or the way you play defensively, you can't be too aggressive, or you'll draw like a reaching foul of some sort.
Silmon back into the game for UNC Pembroke. The Braves' outside shooters have come up big for them today. Here's Allen, fires from 18, too strong. Now the Nighthawks can essentially hold for the last shot. Let's see if they take it quickly or they wait. Here's the 3-point attempt from Allie Jones, who just checked in the game. No good. Offensive rebound, second chance, no. Tipped out by the Braves. John Haskins not happy with the call. I'd say most of the people in the English E. Jones Center not happy with that call.
I mean, Haskins is being very animated on the bench. He's had a lot of, animation over there just on certain calls.
Double dribble call, and the Nighthawks turn it right back over. Turnover number 15 of the day for North Georgia. As one would expect, a largely pro-Braves crowd, but a decent turnout of blue-clad fans for North Georgia. You have their men's team, of course, behind the visitor bench. Also some parents and fans. Bayham to Monley. Lost it out of bounds. Stays down there with 2.6 seconds left in the third quarter. Braves can get that last shot up. It's an 8-point advantage for UNCP right now. In good position no matter what happens. Inbounds pass to Allen. Allen on the drive. Puts up the shot at the horn. It's good. Nyla Allen beats the buzzer with the layup, and the Braves have a 10-point lead through 3 quarters of play. Braves looking for the upset on their home floor. Fourth quarter coming up next. Braves fans, a quick look at our upcoming schedule. UNCP basketball hosting another Peach Belt Conference doubleheader on Wednesday night. The daddy-daughter night and neon night. UNCP versus Lander, 5:30 for the women's game, 7:30 for the men's game, right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. That's on this upcoming Wednesday evening, right back here on Lumbee Guarantee Bank Court. With Scott Benke, I'm Cameron Songer. Start of the fourth quarter, the Braves with a 10-point lead over the number 17 North Georgia Nighthawks. And Scott, the Braves getting it done with their defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really interesting, just to see how everything's been panning out.
And the Nighthawks make a come-from-behind run. Here's a Silliman three. It's good. Three-point barrage continuing for UNCP. That's their 10th make from behind the arc in this one. Second of the game for Silliman. She's got 6. Lead up to 13 now for UNCP. Silliman trying to guard in the low block. And Blankenship with a nice move beats her. As a team, Braves shooting 40%. Nighthawks at 42%. Trying to find Monley down low. It's tipped out by North Georgia. Both teams have taken 21 threes. The Braves have made 10. North Georgia's made 6. That's been a big difference. Allen, tough 2, wanted the foul, doesn't get it. Offensive rebound. Monley, her layup no good, gets her own rebound, has her shot blocked, and North Georgia finally has the ball. See the fight down low. North Georgia not letting Janisa Monley get easy looks. But with that many black shirts down under the basket, somebody's open on the perimeter. And a nifty post move by Hutchins. See the difference in strategy there. North Georgia all swarming to the basket when the ball is down there. Braves trying to play one-on-one in the low block. They might need to help. Huntley at the free throw line to the basket off a double pump. No good. Rebound tipped out. North Georgia on the run out. Here come the Nighthawks 4-on-3. To the basket with the righty scoop. Hangs on the rim and no good. Foul on the rebound as a North Georgia player goes down. Blankenship gets herself back up. It's a foul on the Braves. Monley called for her second personal. Still a long way to go in this one. North Georgia, the top shooting team in the conference at about 44% each game. They're at 43% today. Braves are making them work for every point, though. Here's a long 3. Good by Jordan Livesay.
This is the momentum that North Georgia kind of needed. Just, a big 3 like that, uncontested, just sparking the North Georgia bench.
It's a 6-point game with 8 minutes to play. Braves need a couple more baskets. Here's Allen with the lefty drive. She gets fouled before the shot. That's the third personal on Hutchins. Let's see if the Braves can get another one on her. Look at what the Braves have done this quarter. They're 1 of 5 from the floor this quarter, 6 of 20 this half. That's just 30%.
I mean, that's just something that they need to figure out, just kind of figure out the right quality shots that they need to make. They did it in the second quarter where they were really sparking, just slowed down since.
One thing that they have done and they've continued to do when they've had trouble shooting the ball is get to the free throw line. These will be free throw attempts number 7 and 8 for the half for UNCP. First one's of the quarter. Monley can't connect with the first. A 7-0 North Georgia run right now. Braves haven't scored in 2 minutes. Second Monley free throw changes that. 9 points in the game for Monley. Braves have been led by Brianna Bayham today with 17. And Jasmine Huntley, who has 14. Just inside the arc, no good. Monley can't get to the rebound. Ball loose on the floor. Braves ball. That's a rebound Janisa Monley probably should have had. And in case she's a little tired, John Haskins will give her a breather and let Phoenicia Lawson play the next couple minutes.
Yeah, just kind of getting to the crucial points, within the next 3 or 4 minutes. Definitely things are going to be changing. They got to rest some of their, star players.
Bayham will use a Lawson screen. Still 14 to shoot from long range. Suleiman, good. Her third three of the ball game. The Braves lead back up to 10. A little more than 3 minutes in the books in the fourth quarter. Nighthawks looking to respond with their own three. Livesay, no. Offensive rebound, North Georgia. And the second chance, good. Boy, the Nighthawks are killing the Braves on the glass here in the second half. North Georgia now with 40 rebounds compared to 30 for the Braves. Remember, at halftime, the Braves had a 21-19 edge, so now 12 more rebounds in this second half for North Georgia than for UNCP, and Huntley's shaken up. Braves really can't afford to have any more players get injured at this point in the season. Already playing with just 10 players here today. Huntley will just head over to the bench. She's looks a little disappointed that she had to come out of the game. And it's Ebony Stevens on for the Braves. Lawson out to Sillerman. Three-point attempt. Good. Sillerman heating up. She's got 12. That's a new career high for her at UNCP. Her previous was 11. And that came in her first career game with the Braves, the season opener against Coker. Sillerman, a transfer from Iowa Central Community College and an Iowa native, just gave the Braves an 11-point edge over the North Georgia Nighthawks. Sillerman 4 of 5 from behind the arc. They get it to her again, not looking to shoot this time. And they get her a good look. Stevens gets fouled on the drive. Shot doesn't count. Foul on the floor. Fourth team foul, though, on North Georgia. No more to give. How about this lineup for UNCP with Bayham, Sillerman, and Stevens? You have three very good outside shooters. Allen can hit from out there as well. Her drive gets swatted. There's a foul on the drive. And it's an offensive foul. A good job by North Georgia there to step in and draw the charge. Body's banging there under the hoop. Just 2 on Nyla Allen. But the three-point numbers for the Braves, very good. Probably not something they can count on continuing throughout the rest of the season. 12 of 23 from three-point range today. That's better than 50%.
I mean, just the Braves have really sparked throughout the moments throughout the whole game and just been able to go on little runs with the three-point shooting. It's just, something that, the Braves have been able to adjust in this game.
Three-point attempt, North Georgia, no good. Off the miss by Skidgel. Braves have the rebound. 4 on 3. Bayham with it. Braves slow it down. Silverman wanted that ball on the right wing. He's thinking about another three. He's made the last couple for the Braves. Bayham gets a step, drives to the basket, layup good. 70-57 UNCP. The lead 13 about midway through quarter number 4. The Nighthawks have another run in them. The number 17 team in Division II, already lost once this week against USC Aiken. Came back, defeated Francis Marion on Saturday. Men's game follows this one. Tip-off at about 3:30. Another very good game between two of the top teams in the PBC on the men's side. Lawson gets fouled on her shot. It will be 2 free throws for Phoenicia Lawson when we come back. Upset City Brewing. Braves 70, Nighthawks 57. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Lumpy Guarantee Bank Court with Scott Benke. I'm Cameron Songer. The Braves coming in looking for a big home win against the North Georgia Nighthawks. Braves have made their last 3 shots. North Georgia's made 1 of their last 6. They haven't scored in over 2 minutes. And it's just been really a shooting clinic by the Braves today.
I mean, yeah, definitely behind the 3-point line. Brianna Bayham, 3 of 4 from the 3-point line. You know, Slim on 4 or 5. Just really just doing an excellent job of finding opportunities, and Brianna's just been using screens and just creating opportunities for herself.
Phoenicia Lawson at the free throw line to shoot 2. Misses the first. It's her first free throw miss of the year. She made her first 3. Not a player who gets to the line very often for the Braves. Doesn't play a ton of minutes either, just under 9 a game. Senior forward from Reidsville, North Carolina. Good on the second free throw. Braves lead is 14 with 4.5 to go. Nighthawks will really need to shoot the lights out here to come back in this one. Up top with Blankenship to the right side, Schedule. Now a drive from Blankenship, gets a step, the layup drops. That snaps a long scoring drought for North Georgia. And the clock is the Braves' friend right now. Can run some time. They need to take quick offensive shots as we see behind the Braves bench, Jasmine Huntley going back towards the locker room. Ebony Stevens not worried about that. She'll just fire her way from downtown and hit another one. It's been that kind of day for the Braves. They've made 4 straight shots, shooting better than 54% from long range. Tough 2. Good defense by Stevens. Braves have the rebound. Silliman thinking about that 3. Recognizes the situation. Allen. Down low to Lawson. Bayham, a good up fake. Now she drives back over to Lawson. She'll tee up a jump shot. No good. And Jasmine Huntley right back from outside the arena. Just got quick treatment there at the training area, which is not far from the gym here in the English E. Jones Center. Silliman causing problems on the handoff. Shot clock down to 10 on the Nighthawks. Left side, Blankenship can't drop in the shot. Bayham skies for the rebound. We're under 3 minutes to play. Braves up comfortably. It's 15. The Braves coming off a 9-point win against Young Harris on Saturday. It was the Braves' 3rd straight win, but their previous 2 had been by 20 points each. John Haskins not happy with the way his team was playing right there. He'll take a timeout. We'll keep it here. It's just a 30-second timeout. Braves fans, remember to tune in every Saturday morning at 9:30 on WFXB Fox TV for the UNCP Sports Black and Gold Report presented by Pepsi. It's a show all about UNC Pembroke athletics, as we bring you interviews with coaches, highlights, and special features around the UNCP athletic department. Tune in Saturdays at 9:30 on WFXB, Fox TV, or on our YouTube page the following Monday. Right here on this YouTube page, highly recommend that you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you catch everything going on around UNCP athletics. Not just live events, not just re-airs of the Black and Gold Report, also pre- and post-game interviews, highlights, and other special features with UNCP athletics. It's your best way to stay connected with everything going on video-wise for the UNC Pembroke Braves. A lot of live streams coming up this semester, Scott. Baseball season, believe it or not, right around the corner, just a couple weeks out.
Yeah, I mean, baseball, a lot of games, sometimes double headers if, depending on the day. And there's just a lot of Brave action going to be going in this spring semester.
Baseball, softball, have a pair of wrestling duels coming up. Is UNCP wrestling a winter sport that still hasn't played a home regular contest yet this year? Had one get moved due to weather with a recent storm coming through the area. Ebony Stevens makes the first foul shot after she was fouled. The shot clock winding down, and looks like North Georgia might be starting to wave the white flag. Stevens drains the second free throw. She has 8. His lead 17. It's the largest it's been for either team today. Behind the arc, thought about the 3. Now Blankenship drives, gets right to the rim, missed the layup. It's been that kind of day for both teams. Braves have made just about everything. North Georgia's gone cold in the second half. Bank three-pointer good by Jasmine Smith. Well, the lefty on the right wing got that little extra bit of angle. Able to cash in on the jump shot. Under 2 to go. North Georgia back to the 1-3-1 zone. That pass kicked. Braves, again, in no hurry to put the early shot up. UNCP men's basketball coming your way next. Battle of teams that are tied for first in their respective divisions in the Peach Belt Conference. Braves at 5-2, tied for first in the East. North Georgia 5-1 in the conference, tied for first in the West. Turnover by UNCP, run out the other way. Livesay tracks it down, puts up the shot, missed it. Rebound, offensive to North Georgia, second chance, layup good. Amber Skidgel. Should be a very good one, the only regular season meeting between the UNCP men and the North Georgia men. Nighthawks struggled in the non-conference portion of their schedule, went 9-6 overall right now, but are 5-1 in the league. Braves have been solid throughout. They're 12-4, 5-2 in PBC play. Shot clock under 10. Here's an Allen three-point attempt around the rim and out. 12-point Braves lead with under a minute to go. Drive towards the basket. Shot no good. The easy follow-up there for North Georgia. Some things for the Braves to work on rebounding-wise. That's really been the nit you could pick about the way the Braves have played today as North Georgia gives a foul. 2 free throws for Bayham. But the Nighthawks out-rebounding UNCP 45-35 in this one. Otherwise, not much you could say negative about what the Braves have done today.
I mean, yeah, rebounding is a big factor. Usually it can be a statistic that we all look at and figure out, okay, this may be a possible reason, but there has been scenarios where, teams that have won the rebounding advantage have just have not been able to put the ball in the basket, and that's what we're seeing here today.
Both teams hovering around 40% from the floor. The difference is the three-point shooting. Braves 54%, Nighthawks 31%. Bayham good on 1 of 2 free throws. She's got 20 points, a new career high. Braves haven't made a field goal in over 3 minutes, but they will get out of here with the win. Long 2, no good. Good box out this time by UNCP, and a foul. It'll be Ebony Stevens to shoot free throws. "16 turnovers by North Georgia, 8 by the Braves. That's another major factor in the Braves getting this upset victory. And this will help the Braves keep pace in the PBC's East Division. USC Aiken tied with the Braves right now. Both teams 5-2 in the league. This could be a costly loss for North Georgia. Stevens drills the first free throw. She's got 9. Second free throw, no good. Now just a 3-second difference between the shot clock and game clock, and a timeout taken by North Georgia. They'll be able to advance the ball thanks to this timeout. And this is a 30-second timeout. We'll be right back on the Braves Broadcast Network. So final 32 seconds. North Georgia wants to work on a couple things in late game situations. I've seen this a couple times this year where teams, especially on the women's side, call timeouts in late games that are more or less decided. Braves get the rebound. Shot clock turned off. Nighthawks pressing. They get a steal. Stepping behind the arc for a 3. No good. Rebound tipped up. Locklear fights for it. Takes it away. There's a foul. Avery Locklear in there fighting amongst the trees. She'll shoot 2 free throws. Don't see that from her very often. Just 1.7 rebounds per game for the Braves guard. Usually leaves rebounding for other players, gets out on the break a little bit from the defensive end. Oh, but that time she mixed it up a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to get a little dirty down low just in those types of situations. Like I said, 1.7 rebounds per game. Usually it might be like a uncontested rebound that no one is around. But in that situation, I mean, everyone was over, but she was able to fight through it.
Just 68% from the line, Locklear. Sophomore guard, the niece of Kelvin Sampson, UNCP alum and head coach of the University of Houston men's basketball team, one of the legends of UNC Pembroke athletics. Good athletic pedigree in her family as as North Georgia turns it over, and they will continue to press. Both men's teams ready in the wings, ready for the next game to start. They'll warm up as soon as the women's teams clear the floor. Bayham breaks the press, gets into the front court, and she'll dribble out the rest of this clock. Upset complete. UNCP defeats number 17 North Georgia 79-66. The Braves win. With the win, UNCP gets to 11-4 overall, 6-2 in the Peach Belt Conference. North Georgia falls to 13-3, and also 5-2 in the Peach Belt Conference. Scott, your final thoughts on this one?
I mean, the Braves did an excellent job, definitely behind the three-point line. The one thing that really stood out to me was the North Georgia defense. They were able to, showed a lot of different looks defensively. They pulled out a 1-3-1, man-to-man, 2-3. And the one thing that worked for them was when they switch it, the Braves would be unable to counter it. But then over time, they were able to adjust, be able to create opportunities behind the three-point line. That's what makes the big difference in today's game.
The Braves win 79-66. Men's game coming up in about 25 minutes. For my broadcast partner, Scott Benke, and our entire crew, this is Cameron Songer saying thanks for joining us, and stay tuned. We'll be back in a little while on the Braves Broadcast Network. Good afternoon once again, Brave Nation, and welcome back inside the English E. Jones Center. Lumbee Guarantee Bank Court, the site of today's Peach Belt Conference men's basketball game. It's the UNC Pembroke Braves and the North Georgia Nighthawks. With Scott Benke, I'm Cameron Songer, as we introduce the starting lineups for both teams, starting with the visiting North Georgia Nighthawks. 9-6 overall, but a very solid 5-1 in the Peach Belt Conference. Their starting lineup goes like this. Sean Brennan, a senior guard from Roswell, Georgia. He is one guard out there with a freshman, but a 25-year-old freshman, Denzel Hosh. We'll talk a little bit more about him later in the broadcast. Tyler Dominy, also a guard, and so is Shaquan Cantrell. They list 4 starting guards, but a couple of them at that 6'4", 6'5" range for North Georgia. And the man in the middle for the Nighthawks will be Ross Morcom, a freshman from Sewanee, Georgia. The man to watch for North Georgia is Shaquan Cantrell, redshirt junior, who missed last year with an injury but was the leading scorer in 2014-15. He's the leading scorer again for the Nighthawks at 17 points a game, and the Braves will have their hands full with him.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely got ourselves an interesting matchup just because of the fact that both teams have players that can really score the ball and really just can kind of take over. I mean, for the Nighthawks, you have Shaquan Cantrell. He had 6 points in his 90-74 win over Young Harris, a very powerful squad in the PBC. Denzel Hosh with 16. I mean, Ross Morgan with 11. I mean, these are just really guys that can really shoot the ball.
North Georgia leads the all-time series against UNCP 9-6, but the Braves have won 4 of the last 5, including one last year, a 79-73 win right here in Pembroke. So the Braves will look to make it another home win against North Georgia. Head coach, by the way, of the Nighthawks is Chris Faulkner. He's in his 14th season at the helm of this North Georgia program. They weren't very good last year, 7-21, 5-14 in the conference. Already matched the conference win total with 5 wins this season, and they're looking to stay right atop of the PBC's West Division with another win today against the Braves, who are tied for first in the East Division. A very good men's game coming up here as the Braves starting lineup gets introduced, and it goes like this for the 12-4 overall, 5-2 PBC UNCP Braves under head coach Ben Miller in his 9th season. The starting lineup, no changes from their last game Saturday, a win against Young Harris. The starting lineup is Brandon Watts, the junior from Wesley Chapel, North Carolina. Out there with the point guard, a senior from Fayetteville, number 3, Alex Bradley, and another 6th-year senior from Whiteville, North Carolina, number 23, Quamaine Rose. Those are the guard trio for UNCP. At the forward spots, a freshman from Winston-Salem, number 4, Akia Pruitt. And then the Braves' leading scorer, a redshirt junior from the Bronx, number 5, Nigel Grant. One of the stories for UNCP has been the emergence of Akia Pruitt as a shot blocker. 2.2 blocks per game, leads the Peach Belt Conference in shot blocks. Other teams need to be aware of where he is around the rim because he will turn those shots away.
Yeah, I mean, Akia Pruitt is really just a really strong freshman, really a guy that really can take this team through 4 years and be able to kind of feel that he can take that leadership role over in time and just really be someone that's really good defensively.
Another key freshman for the Braves has been Micah Kinsey, who's filled that backup point guard role, and he's done it very well. He had 5 steals in the win Saturday, just 4 points. So he does a lot of things other than score for the Braves. And we'll see a bench-heavy unit also for UNCP. They've got some strong players off the bench. James Murray Boyles, a sophomore who averages double figures, will come off the bench for the Braves. But it's all about the starting 5 right now for UNCP. Wearing gray at home, North Georgia in the black jerseys. And we'll get a whistle first.
Looks like they might have to do a re-jump. Looks like maybe North Georgia might have been a little bit overextended, or it looks like they're just going to play it as no foul.
Just a procedural thing, and it goes against North Georgia, I believe. So the Braves will get the ball to start, and the possession arrow will point towards North Georgia on the next jump ball. So we're ready to go now. Bradley and Watts play handoff. It's up top with Watts. Hopping his way to the basket, lost it, gets it back, lays it in. Brandon Watts, a very quick 2.
Watts did an excellent job just powering through. He did got a little bit of swat in there, going up for the layup, but just did an excellent job of just powering through it.
Point guard Sean Brennan has it for the Nighthawks. Now with Dominy. Quamaine Rose guarding Brennan on the initial possession. Bradley chasing around Denzel Hosh. Spin move in the lane, a nifty finish by Ross Morcom. And he has the first 2 points for North Georgia. Morcom the freshman out of Suwanee, Georgia. Just 7 points a game for him. Pick and roll. Watts steps behind the arc, fires an open three. Offline, no good. Landed a little awkwardly there. Grabs at his ankle as he runs back on defense. Extra pass for North Georgia. It's an open three for Domini, and he connects.
Domini did an excellent job just waiting for the opportunity. North Georgia really did an excellent job of just swinging the ball, finding the open three.
5-2 Nighthawks after just over a minute of play. Trying to free up Rose on the near side. They go opposite side with Watts. Grant over to Bradley. Now Rose, he has time, takes the three and connects. Quamaine Rose gets those 3 points right back. It's all tied at 5. Brennan over to the near side. Domini wants another three. Can't get this one. Offensive rebound, though. The layup good. That's Ross Morcom again. Offense, the order of the day so far. Stops have been hard to come by, but instead just getting started here. Bradley to Grant. Now Watts steps behind the arc. Still 12 to shoot. Drive, fall away, jump shot. Watts crawls it over the rim and down.
Watts did an excellent job just pulling out many of his tricks in the book. Just used one there with the step back. A really good signature shot from him.
If this keeps up, we could see a ridiculously high-scoring game. I expect to see both teams start to clamp down defensively sooner rather than later. But not on that trip. That's Denzel Hosh. Mentioned we were going to talk about him more. Let's talk about him right now. He was a high school senior in 2010, but on your program he's listed as a freshman. He's played the last couple years as a member of the All-Army team. And a team that the Braves have exhibitioned against in the last couple of years. This is first year at the NCAA level. Here's Hosh again. Misses the jump shot this time. But yeah, 24, 25 years old as a college freshman playing with North Georgia. Watts right to the rim. Finger roll good. The Braves out in front again. Watts with 8 very quick points. UNTP leads 11-9.
Watts is just kind of being that one player for UNCP that's just trying to get other guys to spark up. Maybe other defenders of North Georgia will press on him and try to create some open lanes for his fellow teammates.
On the left side, this is Cantrell. Finds Domini, and he slid the pivot foot. So Brandon Watts led the Braves in scoring last year, a team that had Quamaine Rose, who went down early with an injury, missed the second semester, missed all of conference play. And then you talk about a guy like Nigel Grant, who redshirted last year. Noah Kia Pruitt. Really, Brandon Watts was called on to do a lot of everything for the Braves. This year, he's still called on to do a lot of everything, but can focus a little bit more on defense and be a little bit more efficient with his offense. Still scores a lot of points, too. Bradley, I think they'll probably call him for traveling as he lost his balance going to the lane.
I mean, just that kind of, it's really a team to come together with multiple guys that can really score and put the ball in the basket. That kind of, it makes them, excel in other aspects of basketball. Whether it might be, defense, and like what you mentioned, defense is probably the bigger one. And it's just to have like a really good squad like this, to have the capabilities of scoring. I mean, this is going to be an interesting year for the Braves.
Cantrell draws the foul, lays it in, and one. Kia Pruitt called for the foul. It's his first. So Cantrell has been that guy for North Georgia in terms of scoring the basketball. He's 9th in the league with about 17.1 points per game. And a couple subs now for the Nighthawks. Ephraim Shimanga checks into the game. And so does number 33, Lanre Olatunji. Free throw no good, though. So it's tied at 11. 4 minutes into this one. Already a lot of points on the board. Pruitt behind the back. Goes up with a tough shot. No good. Strong defense on him by Domini. And the Nighthawks have the stop. Coming back the other way with it. Shimanga. Up top, Domini. Spin move through the lane. No good. Pruitt gobbles up the rebound for the Braves. Grant tries to make the catch down low. Couldn't decide whether to try to catch it in the air or wait for it to bounce. He guessed wrong. It goes out of bounds. The Braves have turned it over. And it will be Nighthawks ball when we come back. All tied up at 11 on the Braves Broadcast Network. Braves fans, Adidas is the official apparel sponsor for all 17 of UNC Pembroke's varsity athletic teams. Adidas provides some of the most innovative products in the shoe and apparel industry and is one of the most recognizable brands worldwide. UNCP thanks Adidas for all their support in offering the best for Braves athletes. UNC Pembroke and the University of North Georgia locking horns here for a Peach Belt Conference contest, the only regular season meeting between the Braves out of the PBC's East Division and the Nighthawks out of the West Division. Last crossover game for the Braves. After this, they'll focus in on playing the other 6 teams in the PBC's East Division. Already played Augusta once, took the loss there. One of just 2 losses in conference this year for the Braves. They're 5-2. Nighthawks are 5-1. Slicing to the basket, blocking foul called as Shimanga drove right at Bradley, took that one right in the chest. It was a little late to get there. Just one on Bradley, and puts Ephraim Shimanga at the free throw line. He is a very good free throw shooter, 90% on the year. Certainly not the guy the Braves want to see over there at the charity stripe. Money on the first free throw. Braves made one change. It's James Murray Boyles in for Akia Pruitt. Otherwise, the same starters out there. Bradley, Watts, Rose, and Grant. For the Nighthawks, Hosh, Domini, Shimanga, Cantrell, and Olatunji are the 5. Kareem Rose, the ball handler now for the Braves after that second free throw missed. Murray Boyle sets the screen. Here's a 3-point attempt. Grant, that was in and out. And Domini tried to save it. It goes out off of him. Still Braves ball. Braves made 4 of their last 5 attempts from the floor. Hawks hanging on to a 1-point lead. Grant drove the lane that they'll call a foul, and it's on Brandon Watts, a moving pick. See if the Braves can keep getting Brandon Watts the ball. A very efficient start for him offensively, 4 of 5 from the floor. 8 points to lead the Braves. Maybe the Nighthawks have also made some adjustments. Cantrell with it, hand off. Rose picks the pocket of Shimanga, coming the other way. Rose to Murray Boyles, he lost it, and he was the last to touch it too. Turned over by the Braves, a 2-on-1 fast break, they come up empty.
Great defense by North Georgia, you know, kind of disadvantaged in numbers, but was able to just, you know, kind of figure out the proper timing to put a little bit of a touch in there.
Hosh trying to drive on Bradley. That pass kicked by Murray Boyles. It nearly went right between his legs. And see, Denzel Hosh is very creative out there with the basketball. Graduate of Shelby High School in Shelby, North Carolina. Mentioned high school class of 2010. Classified as a freshman this year for North Georgia. Again, you have to respect what he did in serving his country, and you can make jokes about being, you know, an old man, and there certainly are some players who are in that situation where you're older than the traditional college student, but he certainly earned the right to be out there.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter, you know, you did serve our country, and, like, you know, this is, you know, he still has talent, you know, being a little bit older than most of these guys and can still be able to run up and down the court and have the capabilities of just being a really solid ball player.
Tough drive to the basket, finished by Roderick English. You know, a 24-year-old, 25-year-old freshman, he'll still be under 30, assuming he's, you know, able to stay healthy by the time he graduates. There's a 3-point attempt. Bradley off the mark. Offensive rebound, Murray Boyles, and he lays it in. There's a player at Cal State San Marcos down by San Diego, a 31-year-old. I believe he's classified as a freshman. A man who did 2 stints with the Marines in Afghanistan. So far from a unique situation for Hosh, but certainly one that's noteworthy nonetheless. Watts gets through the whole defense, going to the basket. Euro steps around the man, layup good. Brandon Watts with 12 of the Braves' 17, and UNCP up by 3.
Watts did an excellent job just kind of creating some space. Like I mentioned earlier, he has some tricks up his sleeve using the Euro step.
Rose with the steal, pass goes to Grant in the open floor. Grant to the basket, lays it in.
It's always interesting to see the big fella, Nigel Grant, just, hey, you can put a couple dribbles down. He can put it on the floor, but was interested to see ready to hang on the rim for the two-handed slam, but got a little unorthodox there for a moment.
He's been out there for all 7 minutes so far. Fatigue could be a factor as the pace is really sped up. Players getting up and down the floor both ways. Bradley might have poked that one loose, recovered. Hosh, layup, good. Braves shooting 69% from the floor. They've turned it over 4 times. Nighthawks up over 50% now at 54. They've only turned it over 3 times. Rose off the dribble, good on the jumper.
Rose did an excellent job creating some space for himself, just, starting off a little hot here in the early going.
Murray Boyles called for the blocking foul there. That's number 4 on UNCP. Just the first on Murray Boyles, and now Ben Miller will rotate some of the bench players in. All 5 players on the floor for the Braves are reserves. This was a unit on Saturday that was very successful and was a big part of pulling away from Young Harris in the win. It's Kinsey, Smith, and Evans, the guards, with Murray Boyles and Mounts at the forward spots. Tough shot, Murray Boyles. Careful not to commit the foul. Cantrell misses. UNCP the other way. Kinsey up the far wing, waits for the Murray Boyles screen, crosses over away from it, hops into the lane, puts up the shot, left it short. Rebound controlled by Karad Watson for North Georgia. Euro step of his own from English, no good, and Smith is tripped. So a foul on North Georgia. That's just the first team foul on the Nighthawks. It'll be Braves ball when we come back. 11:52 left in the first half. 21-16, the UNC Pembroke lead. Braves fans ever wondered why our sponsor, Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, has such a long name? One reason is the tremendous variety of cars and trucks they offer to meet every need. Great-looking Chevrolets, Buicks, Cadillacs, and even GMC SUVs and trucks. They have everything from budget vehicles to top-of-the-line Cadillacs, so why would you shop anywhere else? Try their quick lube, and while your vehicle is being serviced, you can see for yourself. That's Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, located next to Lumberton High School. About 8 minutes in the books in this one. Braves with a 5-point lead at home against North Georgia. Braves wearing the gray jerseys, going from left to right across Lumbee Guarantee Bank Court. Mounts on the power dribble. Got a little excited about the open lane, lost the ball out of bounds. I think he wanted to try to go for a big dunk. We haven't seen Carson Mounts throw down at all this year.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him dribble up on a breakaway a couple times. It's always interesting to see the big fella to put it down on the floor, but just nothing to get going there.
Tough drive. Mounts there to contest and grab the rebound, forcing the miss on the shot by Shamanga. Here comes UNCP again. Kinsey with it, crosses over. Showing off the handle, can't go anywhere with it. Lobs it down low for Mounts. Mounts with the layup. He's hacked and will shoot 2 free throws.
Mounts an excellent job just creating an angle for himself down low on the block and was just able to put something up in the air and draw a foul.
Interested to see how much longer North Georgia will front Mounts in the post. They're giving up some size in that matchup. As Watson 6'8", Olatunji 6'9". Mounts is listed at 6'10", but with those long arms, you could really call him more like 6'11".
Or maybe 7 foot. I mean, he's just really long arms.
No good on the first free throw. Usually if you front somebody in the low block, there needs to be help from the weak side. The last couple times it hasn't been there. Mount's good on the second of 2 free throws. So he splits the pair, 61% free throw shooter. It's a 6-point UNC Pembroke lead, almost 9 minutes into this one. Braves poke it loose. Mounts dives on the floor for the loose ball. That gets the Braves bench up. Here comes the UNCP offense again. Dish out goes to the corner. Murray Boyles from downtown. Not this time. Rebound to North Georgia. Smith fighting for it. Needs to get back on defense, and he sprints back to the play. Robinson pass to the corner. Shamanga guarded by Evans. English finds Domini. They'll step into a jump shot. Good closeout by Murray Boyles. UNCP there for the rebound. Mike Smith just zipping all over the floor. Number 22 in gray. Kinsey to the basket, lays it up, gets it to drop. Micah Kinsey gives the Braves an 8-point edge.
Kinsey did an excellent job just creating space for himself with the easy layup.
See North Georgia trying to get it down low. Smith fighting with Roderick English, not letting him get that ball. Alex Bradley on the Braves bench is losing his mind. Braves poke it loose. It trickles out of bounds, and it goes to UNCP.
Yeah, it looked like Bradley just he accidentally stepped on the floor, and the refs had to kind of tell him, like, hey, you understand, you're excited, just got back up a little bit.
Well, they thought the North Georgia player who had the ball at the time, Watson, had traveled.
Yeah.
It certainly helps when you have the home fans right behind you and trying to play official, too. Good crowd on hand in Pembroke today, and a lot of amateur officials amongst that crowd. Smith off a Mount screen. Nowhere to go with it. Nifty pass, finds Kinsey, and he's finally hit. Could have just gone straight up with it. Wanted to try to get it around the defender. A very awkward looking shot. But Micah Kinsey will still go to the line to shoot his 2 free throws. Kinsey just 48% from the line this year. He's struggled in his freshman season from the free throw line, but he's done so many other things well. And the Braves don't have a lot of other options at the main ball handler spot. Not a ton of small, quick guards. Like Kinsey, freshman from Atlanta, has done so many good things for the Braves. Misses both free throws there. I think Coach Ben Miller will take some of the good with the bad there, and we'll just try to coach him up on shooting free throws. That's one of the easiest things to fix on a player.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's such an ability. It's an easy ability that you just kind of have to more of a muscle memory in practice. And just maybe he'll be like, hey, make 50 free throws in a row, and then you can go home or some sort of drill involving that.
Murray Boyle steps into a 3 and hits. UNCP really shooting the ball well. They've made 6 of their last 8. North Georgia's last bucket snapped a 3-minute scoring drought. But the Braves' lead is 9. Here's a Hosh 3-point attempt, short. Smith lost the rebound. Recovered again by Hosh, right to the basket. Mounts hit him. That's a foul. A lot of bodies banging on these rebounds, but UNCP, despite giving up the offensive board there, they have a 12-8 edge on the glass.
Foul against Braves, number 21, Carson Mounts. That's his first. Teammate.
One of the stats I'm sure the UNC Pembroke coaches and players all keep an eye on, the rule around the UNCP men's basketball team. If the other team grabs more rebounds, there's a morning practice the next day and you run. And you run and you run and you run. And it's a 7 a.m. practice. The players hate it. The coaches don't like it either. But that's just the rule around UNCP men's basketball this year. They are not going to let themselves be out-rebounded.
I mean, that's something that you can look at, kind of do maybe where at the 7 a.m. It's not something that you really want to do. It's something that you have to have done.
Smith finds Murray Boyles high post. In the lane with the tough shot, and not this time. Mounts taps it back up and in. Carson Mounts one position on the low block and has the easy 2. See the Braves getting after it on the offensive glass once again. Murray Boyles shoots the passing lane, has a steal. Murray Boyles hopping to the basket, layup good, and the Braves lead is double figures. 7 points off the bench for James Murray Boyles. 31-20 UNCP. Brennan Pass down low under the basket. Too strong on the layup. Rebound tipped back out. Another chance for the Nighthawks. They can't do anything with it. Kinsey the other way. Trying to get past Brennan. Nothing doing. Mounts calls for it and gets the layup. Nice find from Micah Kinsey, and it's a timeout taken by North Georgia. The Braves lead up to 13, and the crowd ready to roll here in Pembroke. You're watching UNC Pembroke men's basketball. With Scott Benke, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Broadcast Network. 33-20, the Braves lead. Under 8 minutes to go in the first half. Scott, the Braves looking to pull away. They're shooting the ball much better than the Nighthawks.
Yeah, I mean, total field goal comparison, 15 out of 22 for UNCP, 8 for 21 out of North Georgia. I mean, just shooting 38%. That's a really low number here in the first half.
A big difference. Points in the paint. Braves have 24 of them. Nighthawks have 14. Because the Braves are getting better quality looks. Georgia's had a couple offensive rebounds, but they've been contested putbacks. The Braves have just gotten layups and easy putbacks. Hosh, dangerous with the dribble. Shot clock down to 2 on the tough drive. Mounts has the block. It's going the other way. Smith to Evans. Kinsey can't get it in the corner. Mounts at the high post. Over to Pruitt, long 2-point attempt around the rim and out. And trying to save it, last touched by North Georgia. Even when the Braves miss, they're getting after those misses and getting second chances. And then sometimes third chances. North Georgia's made just one of their last 9 shots. Evans in the corner, traveled before he shot it. No basket. The Braves' lead remains 13.
I'm liking this press from UNCP, just, something that you typically never see out of UNCP. It's something, a little different. It looks like they're just, pressing mainly the guards and just trying to, increase the tempo a little bit here early.
It's that bench unit showing a different look. Kinsey flops. He's down on the floor. Easy jump shot there for Brennan as he had all kinds of time and space. Nearly a bad pass from Smith, too. Evans hopping his way to the basket. High off the glass, shot no good. Gets his own rebound on the reverse, gets it to drop. First 2 points of the day for Andrew Evans, and Kinsey has a steal. Instead of going 1-on-3, he slows it down. Evans fires for 3. It's good. Andrew Evans on the assist from Kinsey. The Braves lead is 16.
Kinsey did an excellent job just kind of being aware on the defense early and was able to create an assist for his fellow teammate.
Well, he got that steal, put the head up, wanted to go right to the basket, saw 3 black jerseys and no teammates with him, waited for someone to come with him. Hosh wanting to get those 3 points back. No. Offensive rebound, Morcom driving on Mounts, layup good. Stops the bleeding just a little bit for North Georgia, but it's been a struggle for them to score the basketball. Can't keep up with the blistering pace the Braves have set. 65% UNCP from the floor. Pruitt in the low block. Spins with the right hand, no good. Good defense by Dominy on the low block that time. The other way on the breakout. Layup, good. Cantrell right around Mike Smith. It's back down to 12. That silences the crowd a little bit. UNCP's starters waiting at the scorer's table for the next dead ball. Go back to the starting 5. Kia Pruitt already out there for the Braves, the lone starter in the game for UNC Pembroke. Kinsey to Pruitt. Pruitt Not really sure where to go with it. Shot clock down to 7. Here's Evans along the baseline, looking for Mounts, going the other way. Players get tangled up as it goes the other way, and it's a foul on North Georgia. Wow. Carson Mounts. You don't see a lot of 6'10", 6'11" guys diving on the floor for loose balls, but Mounts does that.
A second play by Carson Mounts we've seen in this game where you see him on the floor. To see that from a forward, 6'10", he could go flying across the court possibly at that length.
Waiting for the call. And it is on North Georgia. The official just had to explain to both coaches what that call was actually for. And I'm sure North Georgia and their coach, Chris Faulkner, there's a case to be made for that foul could have gone against Carson Mounts, especially anytime you have a little player like Brennan running up against a big man like Mounts. Usually when those players get tangled up, it's a foul on the big guy.
Yeah, I mean, there's moments where it could also just be a no call where two players just aggressively going after the ball as well.
Bradley to Pruitt, and Pruitt pushed off. The second on Pruitt. So under 5 to go in the first half. Braves up by 12, out there back with their starting 5. Rose, Bradley, Watts, Pruitt, and Grant. Pass up top, Morcom. Looking for Hosh, able to hang on. Now it's Cantrell, fall away jump shot from 12 is good. Back down to 10. This Nighthawk team has really come into its own in the conference portion of the season. They're not going to go away easily. Grant, jab step and drive, draws a foul. It's the 5th team foul on the Nighthawks. Just the first on Morcom. Most of those fouls committed by North Georgia were by their reserves. Now that they have most of their starters back out there, not too much foul trouble. Grant on the drive, layup good. Nigel Grant, 4 points so far, coming off a big game. Went off for 22 points and 7 rebounds against Young Harris on Saturday. And Chimanga traveled. Final 3:58 left in the first half. Braves starting to feel it offensively. They have a 40-28 lead. Braves fans, UNCP Athletics has partnered with Advanced Online to launch the official UNCP Braves Athletics online store at shopuncpbraves.com. The online store features more than 1,100 products. Braves fans will now be able to purchase everything from t-shirts to pet supplies and everything in between. The site also has jewelry, golf gear, drinkware, and apparel from different brands, including Adidas, the official apparel provider for UNCP Athletics. That's shopuncpbraves.com. 12-point Braves edge as we head down the home stretch of half number 1. With Scott Benke, I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Martin Luther King Day in Pembroke. Watts into a double team, back out to Grant. And there's a foul called. Boy, Dominy tried to take the offensive foul, but they'll say it was in fact on the Nighthawks defender. That's his first, the 6th team foul, so no more fouls to give either way. Pruitt, a tough finger roll, hangs on the rim and goes in. First 2 points today for Akia Pruitt. Braves lead back up to 14. Watts trying to guard Domini. No step there. Cantrell to the left side for Hosh. Back to Domini with Watts on him. 12 to shoot. Ball poked free. Grant lost it after North Georgia went to the floor. Shot blocked. Second effort. Layup drops. Credit there for Ross Morcom, who was the first to get to the ball, diving on the floor to give the Nighthawks a second chance. Brandon Watts is a little shaken up, grabbing that knee. He'll head straight to the bench. James Murray Boyle's back in for UNCP. Now, Brandon Watts did miss a couple games with a right knee injury. Braves were 1-1 in games without him. James Murray Boyle's actually in for Pruitt, and Mike Smith in for Brandon Watts. Watts played the last couple games with a knee brace, but no brace on that right knee today. Might need to go grab that out of the locker room. Smith couldn't hang on to the rebound off the Rose miss. It goes the other way. Fatigue and wear and tear certainly a factor for everybody at this point. This is the Braves' third game in a week. They played last Monday at Montevallo and played Saturday against Young Harris. So 2 games in 3 days after having the better part of last week off. They'll play again Wednesday, so we'll go Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, and then again the following Saturday. Bradley gets his own rebound, puts it back up and in. First 2 points of the day for Alex Bradley. And Brandon Watts right back over to the scorer's table. He's ready to go once again.
Alex Bradley did an excellent job just creating space from, or not necessarily creating space, but just going after his own shot. Usually that's a big thing that a lot of coaches emphasize is follow your shot, and he did that right there.
Well, Shamanga saw the Red Sea part in front of him and sails right to the rim for an easy layup. Bradley for 3, not this time. Rebound, foul against UNCP. That's the 7th on the Braves. And we'll go the other way and shoot 1-1 with the Nighthawks. 2 on Murray Boyles. He'll stay in the game. Braves coaching staff trusting him not to pick up that third. At the line for North Georgia, number 3, Roderick English, a 58% foul shooter. Sophomore out of Gainesville, Georgia. Short arms the free throw. Murray Boyles gobbles up the rebound. Nothing for the Nighthawks there. Missing the front end of the 1-1. Braves will walk it up the floor. Minute 40 left in the first half. And that pass kicked. Sub now for the Nighthawks. Duke Robinson back in. He'll replace Hosh. Grant on the low block, gets to work, draws contact. He'll shoot 2 after missing the shot. Second foul on Ross Morcom. He has a real tall order in trying to guard Nigel Grant. Morcom 6'7", 215. Grant 6'7", 240, so Grant certainly the stronger body down low. A lot of that just comes with extra time in the weight room at the college level. Grant a redshirt junior and Morcom a true freshman.
Yeah, definitely a lot of experience there. A little bit 2-year difference for him, and just he might have picked up a couple extra tricks in the past 2 years.
Ball poked free. Robinson recovers. Back to the left side. Shamanga open for 3. Here's Cantrell. Airballed it. And here's Rose the other way. Rose through a couple defenders. Looking for the floater. It's not there. It's blocked by North Georgia. They'll run out the other way. Bounce pass down low. Going up for a dunk. Watts changed it. He might have even gotten a piece of it. Braves get the stop. So both teams now have had fast breaks that have been looking promising and come up empty. Bradley's open. Fires a 3 off the top of the backboard out of bounds.
When you have those opportunities where you just have really no one in, maybe one person in front of you, just a one-on-one situation, in your advantage, you just got to clean it up. You got to finish at the end.
Game clock at 43, shot clock at 25. Braves need to be careful, don't have any fouls to give. Bonus situation in effect both ways. Braves, if they get the defensive rebound after a potential stop, can have the last shot. Ball poked away by Rose. Braves with a steal, coming out the other way. 4-on-1, and there's the dunk for Murray Boyles. No worry about the last shot there. The assist from Quain Rose. Now the Nighthawks down by 14. 10 seconds left, looking for their last shot. Bradley guarding Hosh, no foul to give. Hosh gets around a couple defenders, ball pokes loose, going up for a shot, blocked by Watts. What a play to end the half. Brandon Watts helped up by his teammates after a sensational block, and the Braves go to the locker room with momentum. 48-34 after 20 minutes of play. You're watching UNC Pembroke men's basketball on the Braves Broadcast Network. Welcome back inside the English E. Jones Center. Halftime of the men's game. Peach Belt Conference action between the UNC Pembroke Braves and the North Georgia Nighthawks. And the Braves with the edge at halftime. It's 48-34 UNCP after 20 minutes of play. I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Broadcast Network. This is the Braves halftime report as we take a look at the stats from this game and scores from around the Peach Belt Conference. UNCP with that 48-34 lead, thanks in large part to the outstanding shooting. 58% from the floor, North Georgia at 44%. Also the Braves holding the Nighthawks to just 1 of 7 shooting from behind the arc. Braves 3 of 9, and both teams just 3 of 6 at the free throw line. Some of the other key stats, though, the Braves a 15-2 edge in fast break points and a 21-5 lead in bench points. Braves also taking better care of the basketball, 9 assists versus 7 turnovers. For the Nighthawks, it's 5 assists to 9 turnovers. UNCP also out-rebounding the Nighthawks 22-15. On an individual level, Brandon Watts leads all scorers, 12 points, also 2 rebounds and 2 blocks, including a key one right before the halftime buzzer. Let's take a look now at women's basketball and men's basketball scores from around the Peach Belt Conference. Start with some final scores on the women's side. UNCP women won the early game 79-66. If you joined us for that one, you already knew that. Other women's games, Clayton State defeated Flagler 70-62. USC Aiken downs Montevallo 73-53. Columbus State hangs on for the win against Francis Marion 63-52. And Georgia Southwestern defeating Armstrong State 75-70. In other men's games, Augusta has the halftime lead over Young Harris 39-30. Francis Marion leading Columbus State midway through the first half. Other scores, let's see if we can get them to load really quickly. Other scores in the Peach Belt Conference. Waiting for those scores to pop up. It doesn't look like they will. Other games in the Peach Belt Conference, Georgia Southwestern and Armstrong State, Flagler, Clayton State, Montevallo, USC Aiken are the other men's games. The one to keep an eye on if you're a Braves fan is the Young Harris Augusta game, as those are 2 of the other teams that are tied for their lead in their respective divisions. UNCP and Augusta tied for first in the PBC East. Young Harris and North Georgia tied for first in the PBC West. And so far, at halftime, it's the East Division teams that are out in front. The Braves have a 48-34 halftime lead. Second half of the men's game coming up next on the Braves Broadcast Network. Second half about to get underway on Lumbee Guarantee Bank Court on the campus of UNC Pembroke. Martin Luther King Day edition of UNCP basketball, a Peach Belt Conference contest against the North Georgia Nighthawks. With Scott Benke, I'm Cameron Songer. Scott, the Braves just really shot the ball particularly well in the first half, and the numbers bear that. 48 points in the first half.
That's a really high-scoring action, shooting 58% in the first half. That's just really good quality shot selection. Usually they kind of have a tendency to just shoot early, and it's been really successful here in the early going. The one thing that really has stood out is Brandon Watts with 12 points. Just doing an excellent job of creating space. He had a little bit of a hot start in the early going and a great block to end the first half.
Watts with 12 leads all scorers. Cantrell for North Georgia paces the Nighthawks with 10. Now, they've turned him into something of a volume scorer. He took 10 of their 34 field goal attempts, but he's also their leading scorer on the season. So to see him have a good half is not particularly surprising. He averages about 17 a game. Teams switch sides. Nighthawks going now from left to right across the floor to begin the second half of play on Lumbee Guarantee Bank Court. Starting 5 on the floor for UNCP, Rose, Bradley, Watts, Pruitt, and Grant. Dominy on the drive, layup good. And a little pressure from Dominy, pokes it away from Rose. He has a steal, and it's out the other way with Hosh. Hosh to the basket, layup drops. 4 quick points for North Georgia coming out of the break. And Hosh trying to poke it out. He does just that.
Looks like North Georgia's just going with a different look here in the second half, just kind of to increase the tempo as well. Just put a press on, Kwame and Rose, it looks like.
A double foul as Hosh and Rose get tangled up running down the floor. It's the first personal for each of them. Starting 5 out there as well for North Georgia, Brennan, Hosh, Dominy, Morcom, and Cantrell. And another whistle. Are we going to get another double foul?
Looks like the refs are going to just sit here and discuss. You never really see a double foul. Usually you see maybe a double technical going both ways. So just maybe it looks like just a friendly warning.
No, they are going to call a foul on Kwame Rose. The shot clock doesn't reset. The Braves take it out of bounds from the sideline. Inbounds pass to Bradley. Hosh all over Rose, trying to take it away from him. Rose along the baseline. He's wide open. Sets his feet, fires a 3, splashes it in. I think he was just waiting for someone to come guard him. Realized it wasn't coming. And we couldn't see his face. I just imagine a big grin across Kwame Rose's face.
I was waiting for him to point the finger in the end for number 1 or some sort. Usually with that much time, you put some sort of little posture, or just really interesting long time for him to get that 3.
I don't want to show anybody up because, of course, if you miss it, then you look like a fool.
Yeah.
But Kwame Rose wasn't going to miss that. Shot clock down to 1. A desperation heave from Brennan. That's way off. And the Braves force the turnover on the shot clock violation. Those late shot clock kind of desperation heaves, they're different ways of approaching that as Bradley gets right to the basket, lays it in, and 1. Alex Bradley went down hard, helped up by Akia Pruitt, and he'll go to the line to complete a 3-point play. But when the shot clock runs down like that, you can shoot it, and if you make it, of course, it's amazing and wonderful. You could also miss it, and your team gets an offensive rebound. But what seems also very likely is a miss, a long rebound out the other way, and the other team gets a fast break. You basically are helping create offense for the other team with some of those wild last-second shots just to try to get a shot up to beat the shot clock.
And for the Braves, holding down for 30 seconds, with no shots or anything like that, it's more of a momentum setter. It really kind of to show that their lockdown defense has improved and that they're stepping up, and it creates more and more momentum.
Braves have the lead back to 16. Hosh, a tough off the dribble, 2, no good. Long rebound. Watts gets to it. 2-on-2. Watts hopping to the basket. Tough shot, no good. Good defense on that play by Tyler Dominy. Dominy up the floor now. Gets a step on Grant. Gets right to the basket. Blocked by Watts. Offensive rebound, layup good. 3rd block of the afternoon for Brandon Watts. But the Nighthawks still come away with 2 points. Brandon Watts over a block per game. And again, he's coming off a knee injury. Grant thought about the three, doesn't take it. Finds Watts over to Bradley. Shot clock down to 9 for the Braves. Bradley to Watts. Long distance attempt. No good. Rebound tipped out by Pruitt to North Georgia. Dominy. He doesn't take the three either. On the drive, Cantrell. Tough shot. No good. More good defense by UNCP. Here's Rose. Burst of speed to the basket. Grant, a two-handed flush. Nothing too flashy on that dunk from Nigel Grant. 2 hands for safety. And the Braves lead back to 16. Double team off the pick and roll. Mismatches around the floor for North Georgia. Spin move under the basket. Blocked by Grant, out of bounds. Ross Morcom had a small window and couldn't get the shot up.
Looks like the Braves need to change their hands and put them to fly. I mean, that's just what they're doing here today, is just doing an excellent job of just finding the right angle and just swatting it out of the sky.
Blocks continuing to pile up for UNCP. 4 of them in the game now for the Braves as a team. Make that 5 with that last one. Foul called on Dominy. I believe they're also getting Watts. Is that a double foul again? Brandon Watts.
Looks like the University of North Georgia coach is just a little bit.
I didn't.
This is just a weird.
It was a double technical on Hosh and Watts, so they both pick up personal fouls. No free throws will be awarded. Brandon Watts, a little frustrated. Meg Miller trying to cool him off a little bit, but he stays in the game. Pruitt, the nifty move down low, missed the shot, gets his own rebound. Under the basket, Pruitt with the second effort, good. 4 points in the game for Akia Pruitt. The Braves lead is 18. Quickly back the other way, shot no good. Too strong on the drive by Cantrell. Watts was right there to change it. Shovel pass, Rose, 3-point attempt in transition. Too strong. Rebound to North Georgia. That would have been a game breaker if Rose could have gotten it. Braves lead would have gotten above 20. Instead, North Georgia with another chance. Hosh going at Grant. Tough shot. Height mismatch there in favor of the Braves. Rebound tipped out, though the Braves couldn't control it. North Georgia still has 17 on the shot clock. They'll get a chance to draw up a play with a timeout on the floor. 58-40, the UNCP lead. Braves fans, Adidas is the official apparel provider for all 17 of UNC Pembroke's varsity athletic teams. Adidas provides some of the most innovative products in the shoe and apparel industry and is one of the most recognizable brands worldwide. UNCP thanks Adidas for their support in offering the best for Braves athletes. Nighthawks have missed their last 4 shots. They haven't scored in 2 minutes, just one of their last 7. Bounce pass goes to Morcom. Ball poked way down low, trickles out of bounds again to North Georgia. With Scott Benke, I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks for joining us for today's Peach Belt Conference doubleheader. Women's game went to UNCP in the early one, 79-66. The Braves stunning the 17th ranked North Georgia women's basketball team. Watts, tight defense on English, who just checked in for the Nighthawks. Now it's with Brennan up top, guarded by Rose. Shot clock down to 6. Brennan dishes out. English, three-point attempt short. Rebound batted around to North Georgia. Second chance. Follow-up foul. Morecambe missed it. Offensive rebound starting to add up for North Georgia. They just got rebound number 22. They're still getting out-rebounded by 4. But the Braves, not with the comfortable rebounding margin that they like to have.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we mentioned earlier in the broadcast about how if they get out-rebounded, they have to wake up just a little bit earlier than usual and start doing some morning sprints. Coaches really are not a big fan of it either. It's just something that they have to do, not something they want to do.
Morecambe, good on the first. His second free throw attempt is no good. He's a 70% free throw shooter coming into today's game. So it's a 17-point difference, and the Braves cannot afford to take their foot off the gas pedal just yet. Still a long way to go. Murray Boyles lost it. Nighthawks save it out the other way. English, Watts trying to chase him down. He has another block. That's 4 in the game for Brandon Watts, and that brings the crowd to their feet. Rose to Murray Boyles to Grant, and he has the dunk the other way. What a difference. North Georgia thought they had a dunk in one direction. Couple plays later, the Braves have a dunk at the other end, and the lead is 19.
What an excellent play by all Braves for, just hustling back on defense and then making the opportunity in transition and the finish with a nice two-handed flashy slam.
Brandon Watts, the chase down block to make it all happen. Traveling call down low. Ross Morecambe slid the pivot foot. That's turnover number 12 today by the Nighthawks. And Coach Faulkner, Chris Faulkner, the head coach of North Georgia, just trying different things, trying to find some players who will help North Georgia cut into this lead. Point guard Brennan out, replaced by Ephraim Shamanga. Bradley to Watts, dials long distance, connects. Brandon Watts, 15 points, 4 blocks in this one. He's putting on a personal highlight reel. What a game it's been for him. North Georgia's missed their last 6 field goal attempts. Up top for English, trying to drive on Watts. He lays it up, no good. Offensive rebound put back up, foul called. It's 2 free throws on the way for Ross Morecambe. What an impressive run it's been by UNCP here this afternoon. Coming off the big 16-point win against Young Harris on Saturday. Both Young Harris and North Georgia right now tied for first in the PBC's West Division. And the Braves making them look like they shouldn't really be sharing a court with them.
Yeah, I mean, it just the way the Braves have played today, it makes these other teams feel like they're in the middle of the pack, and it shows. I think that these types of games where the teams are battling, for these top spots, it kind of shows, when it comes up to in these moments, who's really showing up to the game.
Remember, the Braves lost 2 straight games in the early part of this month. The first 2 games of January, a loss to Augusta, a loss to Columbus State in a span of 3 days, a Monday-Wednesday swing. Bradley's open on the right wing for 3, not this time. Rebound tapped out. Bradley trying to save it into the Braves bench. Ooh, he goes down hard into the bleachers. Good hustle. Bradley comes up empty on the attempt to try to save it, and looks like he'll stay in the game. Tough as nails, Alex Bradley. But maybe now Ben Miller thinking better of it, and Micah Kinsey will check into the game. Well, it's a 20-point game. You want to check on your senior floor general, make sure he's all right.
Yeah, sometimes in those situations you just want to play it safe. No matter, you could probably tell you he'll be all right, he's fine. But in the reality, in these type of game situations, you just kind of want to play it safe and just give him a minute or 2.
Watts just picked up his 3rd personal. He'll stay in the game. Nope, Mike Smith will come in for him. Carson Mounts comes in for Nigel Grant. So the players, I would say, not usually as aware of the score. They're not necessarily paying attention to what the numbers on the scoreboard are saying. They're just out there playing hard the way they know how. Murray Boyles gets ripped from behind as he goes up for a dunk. It's out of bounds off North Georgia. it's up to the coaching staff to sort of be more aware of those things, situationals, foul situations. Guys are just locked in and playing the game. Smith under the basket, double pump layup, no, and the rebound bounces away from Mounts. A tough break for the Braves that time. Nighthawks the other way, trailing by 20. Left side with Shamanga. Hosh off a couple screens, can't do anything with it. Left corner, here's a Shamanga drive. Shot clock down to 6. And he gets right to the basket. The defense just disappeared. Kinsey, double dribbled. He knew it too. And it goes back to North Georgia. Kinsey has a steal. He wants the dunk, and he has it. Foul on the drive. Called on Carson Mount. It's his second. Well, Kinsey had the steal in just wide open space in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, he hesitated a little bit, figured out where he was on the floor. He had a little charge, took a little, small quick steps, the power up for the one-handed slam.
He lacks some of the ridiculous explosive leaping ability of a taller player like Watts. Here's Evans on the attack. He lays it in and one. Blocking foul called as Morcom was inside the restraining area. Andrew Evans will go to the line to try to complete a three-point play. It's all Braves right now. One-way traffic today.
Andrew, he was ready to throw it down too. He was getting excited, but he had to pull up at the last second. Unfortunately, you know how the bench reacted hype to that play, let alone if that would have been a slam. I think they probably would have, fell on the ground.
You might have had a technical foul for the Braves players just running onto the floor trying to all give Andrew Evans a big hug. Tell you what, I'll go back to my playing days in high school when I had an illustrious career as the 12th man, firmly on the end of the bench. If my teammate did that, I don't know. Might not have been able to contain me in my youthful exuberance back in the day.
You had a time period back in the day?
Watch yourself, Scott. Free throw Evans, no good. Making me sound old over here, making me feel old.
I mean, you're probably older than me, right?
67-45, the Braves lead. Getting close to the under 12 mark. Mounts changes that shot, has the rebound. North Georgia keeps driving the ball into the lane, and UNCP has blocked more than their fair share of shots. Smith fouled on the drive. It's the 6th team foul on North Georgia. So both teams at 6 fouls now. UNCP with a 22-point advantage. Out there with Evans, Smith, Kinsey, Murray Boyles, and Mounts. Smith, the long, dangerous inbounds pass. Kinsey able to get to it. Finds Murray Boyles. He'll drive baseline. Goes up. Flushes it in with 2 hands. JB showing off the power.
And another great bench reaction from UNCP. Just kind of got a little bit stepped on the court a little bit, but they were able to manage themselves.
And fighting down low. Mounts called for a foul. It's his second. And a good crowd on hand in Pembroke. They're getting treated to a show. It's all Braves right now, 69-45. Braves fans, ever wondered why our sponsor, Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac G, has such a long name? One reason is the tremendous variety of cars and trucks they offer to meet every need. Great-looking Chevrolets, Buicks, Cadillacs, and even GMC SUVs and trucks. They have everything from budget vehicles to top-of-the-line Cadillacs. So why would you shop anywhere else? Try their quick lube, and while your vehicle is being serviced, you can see for yourself. That's Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, located next to Lumberton High School. No good on the front end of the 1-1. Braves with the rebound, and things just not going the Nighthawks' way today. Mounts right in the lane, little touch shot, good.
Mounts did an excellent job creating space for himself. Just honestly found the right position in the paint, just put it up for easy too.
71-45, UNCP. Hosh with a deep three, trying to get the Nighthawks going. Long rebound right back to him, and on the layup, good. That's one way to make a coach a little upset and start to drain the air out of the gym a little bit. Long rebounds that still go to the Nighthawks. Not what the Braves sideline wants to see. Murray Boyles driving to the basket, lost the ball. Offensive foul called as Murray Boyles was out of control on the drive. That actually helps the Braves a lot as North Georgia was looking to potentially have a fast break the other way.
Sometimes there's an opportunity where you can maybe just there's good fouls and bad fouls. Some of them, bad fouls can usually happen 90 feet from the basket, but in that case, it could have caused a fast break. And it was technically a good foul for UNCP just to stop the fast break.
Bad news is it's the fourth personal on Murray Boyles. He has 11 points, but he'll go to the bench for now. Driving dish on the left side. English to the basket. Through contact. Shot no good. Rebound trickles out. Off a North Georgia player out of bounds. Now we do have the live stats available. The link available on UNCPBraves.com. One thing I wish we had on the live stats, and it's a little bit above the technological capabilities right now, would be a shot chart. I would love to see how many shots North Georgia has taken at the rim, because it seems like they just keep trying to take it right to the basket. And they've just had such a low success rate there from in close.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes your best option might be shooting from three-point land, but they really haven't had anything crazy.
Smith with a fancy assist. Carson Mounts was there for it. Mounts has 9. The Braves 73. The Nighthawks 47. And Evans gets caught reaching in. That's the 9th team foul on the Braves, so they'll need to be careful. It could be a lot of Nighthawk free throws the rest of the way, and that's one thing the Braves don't want to see is this game get extended and the Nighthawks have a chance to add points with the clock stopped.
Yeah, I mean, I think the players are just kind of getting excited and trying to, do a little bit too much. 19 fouls with 10:22 left to go in the second half. I mean, that's just a lot of time where, the Nighthawks could triple their way back into into a single digits.
English at the line is a 58% free throw shooter. And his second attempt also good, so he gets a pair. 4 points in the game now for Roderick English for North Georgia. Kinsey with it at the midcourt circle. To Evans on the right side. Kinsey again, shot clock at 14. Pruitt, rhythm three-point attempt, not this time. Long rebound to Kinsey. Second chance for UNCP. Tries the baseline, it gets shut down. Goes back out to Mike Smith. Offensive boards for the Braves. And here's a Smith three. Not this time. Rebound, tapped out. It's a run out for North Georgia. English going to the basket, looking to the wing. Hosh, three-point attempt. No good. Mounts, sneaks in, grabs the rebound for the Braves. Finds Pruitt. A little bit of contact there. Pruitt getting up the floor. Forward showing off his handles. Now Smith at the free throw line. Braves all kind of bunched up offensively. They need to get their spacing fixed. They do that here. Pruitt on the left side, handoff to Kinsey. Looking for Pruitt on the back cut. Was a little late to get there. The pass beat him to the spot, and then he missed the shot. Still 24-point lead. Run out the other way. Hosh looking down low. Shot good. Shamanga, tough finish at the rim. Could have maybe called a foul there, potential and one. Shamanga will take the two and get back on defense. North Georgia just 1 of 10 from three-point range. struggling to score at the rim as well. Meanwhile, the Braves have shot 57% from the floor in this game. There's 2 more coming from Andrew Evans. So it's not been three-point shooting for UNCP today. They're 5 of 16, which is just over 30%. It's getting to the rim, getting layups and dunks. How the Braves have really picked apart this Nighthawk defense. 2-3 zone defensively now for UNCP. Attack to the rim. Pruitt says no, sir. Shot blocked by Akia Pruitt, the top shot blocker in the conference. As another victim. Smith on the right side, charging to the basket. It's a blocking foul, the 7th on North Georgia, and it'll be a 1-and-1 for Mike Smith. Second personal on Shamanga. So it puts Mike Smith at the free throw line, where he's made 73% of his shots this year. Second year with the Braves. Senior out of Greenville, North Carolina. Played at Rockingham Community College and Cowley College in Kansas. Cantrell checks back in for North Georgia. He's been their leading scorer all year. He's got 10 points today. Tied for the team high. Excuse me, Morecambe has 11, which is the team high. Cantrell has 10. And so does Hosh. For the Braves, it's been Watts with 15, 10 for Grant, and 11 for Murray Boyles. Smith calling for it, wants to shoot the 3. He's wide open, steps into it, and hits. Mike Smith from downtown. It's 80-51 Braves. A 29-point difference in this game. In the corner, held by Domini. To the free throw line, extra pass, looking down low, layup good by Cantrell. And now the Braves pushing back the other way. Well, the Braves have gotten into triple digits once this year when they scored 117 against Barton. Right around New Year's in a game that featured no defense. They're trying to get there again. Still have 7:26 to go. Braves 80, Nighthawks 53. We'll be right back. Braves fans, remember to tune in Wednesday night, if you can't make it here in person, of course. 5:30 p.m. for the women's game, 7:30 for the men's game as UNCP takes on Lander. The Braves women's game is Daddy-Daughter night. Braves men's game, Neon night. All kinds of festivities. It all starts at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the Braves Broadcast Network and on Lumpy Guarantee Bank Court in Pembroke, North Carolina. Micah Kinsey at the line to shoot a 1-and-1 for the Braves. And he misses the front end. Domini, looks like got poked in the eye there. We'll try to walk it off and stay in the game. Unless North Georgia calls a timeout here. Robinson with it for the Nighthawks. Looks to the free throw line. It's another steal for Kinsey. Kinsey with the fancy handles. Now to Smith in transition. 3-point attempt on the way. No good. Rebound to North Georgia. They have a run out the other way. Cantrell in transition. The layup good for him. 80-55 UNCP, 7 minutes to go. Well, Kinsey coming off a 5-steal outing on Saturday, a new career high for the freshman. He's done well here today, really harassing ball handlers for North Georgia. Off the bounce to Evans. It's good. But the Nighthawks take it right out of bounds quickly. They come back the other way. Spinning into traffic. There's a foul on UNCP. It's the 10th team foul on the Braves. Kia Pruitt called for that foul, his third. And it'll be 2 shots coming up for North Georgia's number 21, Ephraim Shimanga. Braves came into this one 12-4. Overall, 5-2 in the Peach Belt Conference. 7-1 at home and on a 3-game winning streak. And barring some miraculous Nighthawk comeback, those numbers will just improve for UNCP as the first free throw drops for Shimanga. Nighthawks struggled in their non-conference schedule. 9-6 overall, but 5-1 in the PBC. They'll face a long drive back to Dahlonega, Georgia. It's about 5.5 hours from there to here. A little bit more about North Georgia. It was established in January 2013 after a merger between the old North Georgia College and Gainesville State. And across the whole university system, it has about 1,500 undergrad students. Dahlonega itself is about an hour away from Atlanta. And some long drives in the Peach Belt Conference. 5.5 hours certainly qualifies as one of the longest. But the Braves know just what it can be. They had the longest drive in the league. They did it last week when they drove to Montevallo, Alabama, 7.5 hours.
Yeah, that's an interesting drive. Probably the longest I've done was 9. And, it takes a lot. It's a lot out of you, for sure.
Well, fortunately for the Braves, they're not asked to play a game the same day. You get the night in the hotel, you get your legs back under you. But the real problem is then coming back after the night game in Central Time in Alabama. As I was with the team for that game, and the bus got back for the second day of classes this past Tuesday, and the bus got back at 7:30 a.m., and some of the players had an 8 or 9 o'clock class. And they do make buses that you can sleep on called a sleeper bus. You see it a lot in minor league baseball. The Braves don't have a sleeper bus. It's a charter bus, and it is comfortable, but it's not built for sleeping. And a full night back the other way for the Braves coming from Montevallo. Breaks up the alley-oop, ball kicked out of bounds, stays on that end. But UNCP, I'm sure they're glad that those long road trips, for the time being, are out of the way. The rest of this way, or the rest of the regular season at least, the Braves will be just playing PBC East Division games. The longest trip the Braves still have will be against Flagler. But that's at least a scenic drive, going down the coast down to Florida, staying in St. Augustine. About an hour south of Jacksonville, so not 7.5 hours, closer to 5, I believe. But usually hitting traffic, and it feels like a long drive. I love the Peach Belt Conference either way. Some great games, some really tough competition in just about every sport. And it looks like, based on some of the early returns, UNCP will be very competitive on both the women's and men's basketball leagues. Watts to Grant, jump shot off the rim, no good. Rebound fought for, won by North Georgia. Out the other way, in transition, they get it to Robinson. He lays it in. The Hawks have cut it back under 20. 4:35 to play. The reason to be optimistic for UNCP, certainly not the fact they haven't scored in the last 2 minutes right now, but in the bigger picture, both on the women's and men's side, it appears that the West Division is the stronger division as Bradley turns it over. Look at these cross-divisional games, all out of bounds off off UNCP as Domini went up with it. Timeout will be taken by North Georgia. We'll take it with them. 4:14 to go in this one. Braves 82, Nighthawks 63. In the second half, it's 82-63 UNCP. With Scott Benke, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you so much for joining us today on the Braves Broadcast Network. Braves out there with the starting five as North Georgia's gone on a little run, 12-2 over the last 3.5 minutes. Braves haven't scored in 2.5 minutes. And another layup good for Domini. Looks like the Braves might have checked out of this game already, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, started doing a little unorthodox things, trying to be a little flashy, take a lot more three-pointers. But I think Coach Miller just kind of sat down with them, hey, guys, we still got 3 minutes left. It's about under 4 minutes. Let's just finish this up real quick.
Pruitt called for traveling there. And that will be another turnover by UNCP. They're 13th. North Georgia still has more, 15 in that category. But the Nighthawks not going away. It's a 17-point game with just under 4 to go. .10 run underway for North Georgia, trying to come back from what was a practically insurmountable lead for UNCP. They got it up to as many as 29, and at a certain point, it becomes perhaps understandable to sort of mentally slip a little bit. With 7:48 left, the Braves did have that 29-point lead. It's understandable, but I don't think excusable, and I think that's what Ben Miller was telling his guys in the huddle.
Yeah, just, they're cutting it a little bit too close. Like, I understand, you're supposed to have fun in a sport like this. It's kind of one of those moments where, but you gotta buckle down, guys.
Another easy layup for North Georgia. That time it's Lanre Olatunji off a nice feed. It's 15 with 3.5 to play. And then they'll get Shimanga for reaching in. His third, 9th team foul on North Georgia. So 1-1 coming up for Alex Bradley, an 84% free throw shooter. One of the best free throw shooters in the conference and a closer for UNCP. Good on the first. Quiet day offensively for Bradley, just 6 points. He averages 13.2 a game. Gotten it done in other ways with 4 assists and also 3 rebounds. Hasn't had the stroke really working for him. 0-5 from long range. Those 2 free throws snap a long run for North Georgia. It had been 12-0 before those free throws. The Nighthawks playing with some renewed vigor. On the left side, it's Shimanga. He gets it back in front of the Nighthawk bench. Shot clock down to 10. Goes up top for Cantrell. Driving at Murray Boyles. Has it stripped away by Bradley. Head up as he looks for numbers in transition. Bradley doesn't see anybody, and he'll slow it down. Gets it to Rose, and UNCP calls out the offensive set. Rose looking for Grant, and he slid the pivot foot. Traveled before the dribble. Another turnover by the Braves. Braves haven't made a field goal in nearly 4 minutes. North Georgia will make a sub now. Karad Watson in for Olatunji. Pair of freshman forwards sub in and out, I should say. Under 3 to go. It's a 17-point difference, but not the comfortable lead UNCP had. It just feels like there's a little edge to it for North Georgia. Cantrell back outside. Step back three on the way. Shamanga. Call it just a 2. His foot was on the line. Here's Bradley into the lane. Lost the ball. Another Braves turnover. Cantrell gives it right back to Robinson. I'm not sure that was intentional. Offensive foul. Brandon Watt stepped in to take the charge. Any realistic shot for North Georgia coming back, they need a lot of quick baskets at this point.
Yeah, if they can get some threes going, they can definitely, bring it back within single digits for sure. They just got to get some momentum and some stop.
Well, the stops haven't been the problem, as the Braves haven't made a field goal in almost 5 minutes. For them, it's just about continuing to get points on the board, quite frankly. And Kinsey checks in for Alex Bradley, loses the ball, gets it back, and then throws it away. Stolen by Domini. To the wing, Cantrell hangs on, gives it off. Robinson over to the corner. 3-point attempt on the way. Watson, not this time. Rose climbs the ladder, has the rebound. UNCP can take this down, close to a minute remaining. Rose in some trouble. Back outside finds Kinsey. Looking for Murray Boyles, and he's fouled on the dunk attempt. I like the idea from Kinsey, but not in this situation. And Ben Miller is telling him just kind of think about the clock and situational. But there's still 17 on the shot clock, and he threw a zip pass across the court under the basket where there's a lot of black jerseys hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good play. Don't get me wrong. It was a really, really good play by Mike Kinsey. However, there's situations when, it's under a minute and 30. Clock's on your side. You can slow it down. You had 17 seconds to work with on the shot clock. I mean, it's just, it was good, but at the end of the day, you're trying to waste the clock to try to, so you kind of let it run down the game.
I mean, at this point, the Braves would be presumably just fine. Just take a shot clock violation. Just get the clock to all zeros and get out of here with the win. Left side, Robinson with it. Braves lead back to 17. Those free throws good from Murray Boyles. Watson gives it to Shamanga. And it's turned right back over by North Georgia. Going for a steal. Here's Evans the other way to the basket, has his shot blocked. Kinsey recovers it. Will take it back beyond the arc. Evans dials long distance, connects. And Ben Miller with the lead back to 20 wants to make some substitutions. Into the game for the Braves, Bryson Hall and Jeff McElwain. They'll play the final 51.9 seconds for the Braves as the Braves' big men who were on the floor, that's Murray Boyles and Grant, they'll go to the bench. So Kinsey, Evans, Smith, Hall, and McElwain, the 5 for UNCP to finish this one out. Certainly not the finish to this game the Braves were perhaps hoping for, but it's really hard to argue with the results, Scott.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure deep down Coach will probably might say something in this postgame about, the little comeback that North Georgia did have there. They were, almost in single digits with a couple minutes ago, but I think all in all, he'll be very happy with the results.
To have a team come in here that was 5-1 in the league and at one point have them down by 29 points is quite the accomplishment. Pick and roll, McElwain puts up the shot, no good, but he was fouled. Jeff McElwain will go to the free throw line, and this is a chance for him to get his first career points for UNC Pembroke. Bryson Hall got them on Saturday. He had 2 free throws, made 1 of 2 to get his first career point for UNCP, and now another end of the bench big man for UNCP, Jeff McElwain to the line. Redshirt freshman from Asheville, North Carolina, to the line. First of 2 free throws, no good. He'll get 1 more.
Looks like his fellow teammates are just telling him, hey, you got this.
Oh, they're rooting for him to make this shot, no doubt. 1 more free throw, McElwain. Also no good. And North Georgia has the rebound. Shot clock turned off. Game clock down to 9. Robinson over to Watson. He will fire a deep 3. Left it short. Mike Smith the rebound, and that will do it. UNCP wins 89-71. The Braves have another big-time win on their home floor. 89-71 the final score as the Braves improve to 13-4 overall, 6-2 in the Peach Belt. North Georgia drops to 9-7, 5-2 in the league. Scott, your final thoughts on this one?
I mean, the Braves played really well inside the paint. They really just took control. 52 points in the paint for UNCP. I mean, that's just a really high stat number for getting points in the paint. A lot of it was off, defensive opportunities they were able to create and a lot of good shooting by UNCP.
Quick look at the final stats for the Braves. Brandon Watts led the way with 15 points and 4 blocks. Alex Bradley with 7. Akia Pruitt 4 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Nigel Grant with 10. James Murray Boyles with 13 points. How about the defense from Micah Kinsey? He had 4 steals with his 4 points. Quamaine Rose had 8. Andrew Evans, very good from long range. He made both of his 3-pointers and finished with 14 points as the Braves come away with another win. Final score from the women's game was 79-66. Final score of the men's game, 89-71. Braves fans, remember to tune in on Wednesday night, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time for another Peach Belt Conference doubleheader, as the Braves will take on Lander right back here on Lumbee Guarantee Bank Court. Braves win both games of the doubleheader against North Georgia, and that will wrap things up for us here in Pembroke. For my broadcast partner Scott Benke and our entire crew, this is Cameron Songer saying thanks for joining us and have a great day.